We are once again floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Yes, Saturday. Beautiful to see all of you here on this beautiful evening. Hope you're all doing well. Boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. But first, some shout-outs. Horologist, young Chris. It's Rocky123 in the YouTube chat. Blake Gunnels, a close fourth. Columbia Rican, also here. Big Jerry 2, Howard Fineduck, Gordon Tiki Cap, Robert Wilkinson, Christian Savage, Sweet Chewy Forever, Sudden Apollo, and I think Green New Deal too. Everybody here, well, not everybody, but people are here. People are here already, and we've just started the show. So much to talk about tonight, people. Natalie Harp's Deranged Antics. The final primaries of the year. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Delaware. Last 4 states. But it's really like 3. It's really like 3. What else will we be talking about? The environment, climate change. Impending second hurricane coming for Hawaii. People still without power there, as well as in Indiana, as a result of the latest storms. Updates from around the world, including with Israel, who's now been accused of crimes by a bunch of people. Bunch of new crimes, new people, new crimes. Well, I guess we'll start in that familiar place. The old United States. Wait, volume's low. That's always a good test. There we go. Now we did it. Let's go here and talk about how Donald Trump's lust for vengeance could cost Republicans in the House and Senate.
Well, Donald Trump immediately tried to distance himself from the candidates who he endorsed who lost in last night's election results. Donald Trump has been successful in some Republican primaries this year in destroying the careers of Republicans. That's all he's been trying to do so far. Donald Trump's only campaigning so far this year has been against Republicans, and it has been based purely on vengeance. New York Times columnist Jamel Bouie, in his column titled Trump's Lust for Vengeance, says that vengeance is Donald Trump's one and only consistent pursuit in his second term as president. Jamel Bouie writes, the principal aim of Donald Trump's second term is revenge. Trump is consumed by his lust for revenge. And so he has taken his revenge against Republican Senator John Cornyn, for example.
Yes, and I have been making this point now that as Donald Trump's poll numbers continue to implode, his unending need for this revenge electorally he's been taking against Republican primary candidates all year. And it's been working out for him, to some degree. And at least he's been winning those elections over and over again, getting people kicked out of their seats for having defied him at any time. However, as I have been pointing out recently, that with all of this is, you do that, then you have a bunch of loyalist candidates going into the general elections, because these are just primary elections that he's been winning bigly, but really in not a very real sense. It's very much sort of all still in play. And whether or not those candidates can continue winning in a general election is a thing that I've been saying is going to be a real problem for him, especially with the latest results we've seen in places like Tennessee and Florida. Losing multiple primaries there. And if that is at all a sign of things to come, then in the general, Republicans are probably going to lose left and right. Because they've all the ones that are left, the 80-90% of the Republican candidates going to the general are all extremist Trump loyalist losers who've been licking his boot for the last year and a half.
On a regular basis and delivers his reporting on Morning Joe on this network. Today, Steve Ratner produced a new chart of Donald Trump's failure. In Donald Trump's inaugural address for this term, he said, America will be a manufacturing nation once again. We will have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have. And today, Steve Ratner showed the manufacturing job losses. Yes, losses during Donald Trump's presidency. Steve Ratner said bringing jobs home was a core campaign promise for Donald Trump. Factory jobs peaked under Biden and have declined by over 60,000 since Trump's inauguration. Donald Trump doesn't know that, of course, because the disgraced clowns working for him, very much including his Treasury Secretary, would not dare tell him information like that, which is why the Treasury Department under Donald Trump's stunningly incompetent Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has lost more Senate-confirmed staff members than have ever left the Treasury at this point in a presidency.
Yes, indeed. I just found it fascinating that Lawrence over here was even noticing that this trend for Trump could be spelling bad things
CNN
in
projecting,
the general election
just before we came on the air, that Brandon Dukes, a Democrat.
You know, the fact that he's winning primaries doesn't mean he's going to be winning seats in November. If anything, the math that we've been looking at is absolutely pointing to him losing seats. The Republicans losing seats in November in 2027, having a whole new look in Congress than currently exists. Send all of the loony leftists to the funny farm or parentheses hell. Wow, Robert. It's a weird thing to say. That is a weird thing to say, sir. All right. Yes. Now, while Donald Trump has been winning primary elections in the Republican Party, Republicans have been losing special elections over and over again. They're 0 for 13 in the last year. Hear CNN on this other, but certainly parallel running trend.
CNN projecting just before we came on the air that Brandon Dukes, a Democrat, will win a Pennsylvania state house district that Trump carried by nearly 20 points in 2024. Obviously, that's a seismic shift. And Dukes is going to be our guest in just a moment. His win in this special election is sending shockwaves across the country. Pete Buttigieg said, quote, "This is a big deal. Brandon Dukes just flipped a Pennsylvania state house seat held by Republicans for almost 30 years. And the vice chair of the DNC, Malcolm Kenyatta, said this is a district that Democrats should not have had a chance to come within sneezing distance of." And from Congressman Ted Lieu, a member of House Democratic leadership, November is coming. And out front now in his first national interview since claiming victory, Brandon Dukes.
Yeah. I mean, these numbers are fairly significant, you know. red seats flipping blue in special elections. There's no reason to think that Trump's going to be more popular after people have to go shop for back to school stuff, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah. I mean, Rosh Hashanah's up in there too. I mean, there's like a lot of really big holidays for people that are happening between now and the end of the year. Between now and the election. I just don't see how he's going to get more popular when everything is still more expensive. And he's going back to doing all of the things that are making everything more expensive. The trade war with Canada. And the continued war in Iran vis-a-vis Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Cthulhu, thank you for the jewels. Just a reminder, everybody, the best way to donate to the Galactic News Network, especially right now, on places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Of course, your super chats, your super stickers, always welcome. Memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, and all of that beautiful stuff. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars still remains Patreon. We gotta solve the galactic deficit right now. We got a real problem. We gotta raise more than $50 a day between now and the end of the month. If we don't do that, things will be bad. Very bad. No! Point down to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We gotta solve that number between now and September 1st. The only way to help us out with that are Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, because YouTube and Twitch very generously hold on to the money for weeks after the month is over. Cthulhu, thank you for the gifted galactic memberships. 5 sweet donations. Wrong one. OG Adam Westish, Marilyn Langford, and Spirit Mountain Mystic. Oh, and Justin RC. Very generous. Unfortunately, doesn't count towards the galactic deficit. But I will count it towards the galactic content goal. We got one of those today, too, of course. But 13-0. Right now. Let's go here to the numbers. More of the numbers.
That's too much, man!
Special election.
Yeah.
So I was just pointing out,
Wait,
he is going
I
to
can't
be
see-
facing the same opponent in November, right? So the special election, he's in office, but you can do
There
it
we
again.
go.
Democrats have been very successful
Oh,
in
yeah.
special elections this time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so some might say, okay, but then you got to run again in a few months, so what do I really read into it? You actually think that's the whole point, and it's very significant.
I think it is very significant because it's been a very unlucky 13 for Republicans. There have been 13 Democrats who have been able to flip districts that were formerly held by Republicans. Republicans have flipped zero in special elections. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that 13 is greater than 0. And more than that, if you go back over the last few cycles, 5 out of the 5 last few cycles in midterm elections, when a party outperformed in U.S. in special elections, state legislative, federal, they went on to win the U.S. House of Representatives. So this, to me,
Yeah. And Democrats are just outperforming in special elections. They're 13-0. I think that says a hell of a lot about how people are feeling right now. And this is what I keep saying to everyone, have been saying throughout the primary elections, because I've known this sort of. I've been watching these special elections and some of these other numbers as the year has been going on. So I said, like, keep your heads down. Just keep your heads down. Stay focused on the midterms as much as you possibly can. Get out there and vote. for those best candidates that we got. Then the general will come around and it'll feel like Easy Street, you know? Like really, I promise it's gonna be way easier. Like I said, more than 90% of the Republicans running have basically pledged their undying loyalty to the president. So any criticism you have for Donald Trump, you could certainly wage against them. But as an added bonus, we have spent the entire year putting people in the position to go to the general who have actual ideas, right? So not just criticisms of the worst presidency of all time, but also the, the added benefit of having people with actual ideas and a vision for the future. Rather than this internal bickering, it's gonna just be, it's gonna be easy. People hate Donald Trump. And even his own supporters are not feeling real thrilled about what's going on. No matter how much they claim to still love him, they're not going to the polls. They're losing special elections left and right, including in red seats. It's almost general season, which aligns with the holidays, which for me is really just an added bonus. Honestly, we've been talking about these elections all year. I know most of the people going to the general at this point in my brain. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. But it's gonna be quite a lot easier this year, I think, than most years to make the case for Democrats, because we have so many Democrats with actual policy ideas and things like that. Wait a second. Hold on. This is in the wrong order. God damn it. How did I do this? How did this happen? Sorry. I'm trying to solve something. I don't know how I fucked this up, but I definitely screwed this up a little bit. That's on me. Is there nothing here? Sorry, Space Fam. This is my bad. Okay, I guess Massachusetts just doesn't care. Okay, I guess Massachusetts, yeah. Okay, why care? No reason to care. All right, before we get to talking about the primary elections, we still have 4 states left. Not a lot there. I mean, between Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Delaware, I've got 3, 5, 7.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted sub to Naps with Cat. I got 9, 10 maybe candidates, I think, here total for all 4 states. So it's not as intensive as a Florida or a California, New York, some of the bigger, more populous states that we've had to deal with. We're really very light load on the primaries here today, Space Fams. Then we'll get to other things. I figured I would front load the primary stuff because I know it can be a little dry. Yes, let's continue talking about the hopes of flipping seats in the general MS Now from yesterday.
Let's enter our group chat, shall we? David Gura, host of Bloomberg This Weekend and the Big Take podcast. David Rode, MS Now senior national security reporter and Pulitzer Prize winner. Double the David, double the fun. Nikki McCann Ramirez, politics reporter for Rolling Stone magazine, and the one and only Chris Jansing, MS Now chief political reporter. Chris, I know that you've been talking to Democratic campaign officials in Texas, Alaska, Iowa. I mean, a lot of people may be surprised that we're going to start to see those qualify as toss-ups. What are they saying about the kind of momentum they're feeling right now?
Yeah, can we just talk about how crazy this is for
It's
a lot
nuts.
of people? Like
Bonkers.
Iowa? Really? But there's a consistency to what they tell us, and it's not really going to surprise anybody. They say the anger is real, it's deep, and even the people who were like waiting because they thought, well, maybe the war will end and maybe prices will go down. It's clear that's not happening. So anger.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been seeing those clips popping up lately, right? We've been watching them. But throughout the week, we've watched a multitude of these clips of like Republican formerly swing state voters like in Ohio and Pennsylvania that have gone almost completely red, and or not completely red in Pennsylvania, but I mean Ohio, it's basically a Republican state. And you see these guys coming out like, what? Trump has got no plan. He said this was going to take a couple weeks. I mean, people sound like me out there. Like, I've been hearing people out there saying shit that sounds like me. Like, we were told 3 weeks and it's been 6 months. These guys can say whatever the hell they want, but how much longer is it going to be that we're paying patriotic gasoline prices? Because unlike the president, I don't think he's ever filled a tank of gas. Like, can you imagine Donald Trump filling a tank of gas and like either for a car or like fill a lawnmower or literally anything? He doesn't do normal human stuff. I'll bet he couldn't even turn on a lawnmower, right? Or a car. Like, he's a fucking idiot. Everything's computer. He's the closest thing to a car he's ever driven is a golf cart. I had never seen him drive anything or do anything normal. He has had servants and help and, like no thing in his life that like normal people do, like he has to do. Right, and that's been since before he was president, basically. Right, he's not doing his own laundry or dishes or cooking his own food or taking care of his own children or driving himself places. Like, he has been stratospherically wealthy his whole life. He's only gotten more so over the years, and he's just literally just had everything. And it just sort of handed to him. Like certain things that the president like normal people would just know how to do. I'll bet if you put the president in front of like a dishwasher, like he would lose his mind. Like he would have no idea how to like actually like fill and run a dishwasher. He'd probably break it. Or break himself. Like one of the two. Like one of the two. Maybe both.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It actually kind of fascinates me. how it is that people see him, a guy who's lived this like gilded life that most like normal humans just have never even come close to living. How millions of people saw themselves in him. None of them will ever own their own hotel. You know, like none of them will own their own hotel or any of these other fucking things. All right. Yeah, let's just get into it here. Let's do the primary talk. Like I mentioned, 4 different states: Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, which is in a little over a week from now, next Tuesday, and Delaware, technically. Let's start here. WPRI from yesterday, where early voting is opening across multiple states this weekend.
From your local election headquarters now in Rhode Island, early voting got underway yesterday and the initial numbers are in. The Secretary of State's office says nearly 1,700 early ballots were cast Thursday. Officials have also received more than 1,100 mail ballots so far. You can cast your vote through 4 p.m. on September 8th, the night before the primary. To find an early voting location and hours, head to WPRI.com/vote. And a reminder of some key election dates here in southern New England. On top of early voting here in the Ocean State, early voting will get underway Saturday for Massachusetts residents. That's tomorrow. It's also the last day to register to vote. The Massachusetts primary is Tuesday, September 1st, while the Rhode Island primary is on Wednesday, September 9th.
Yes, indeed. So Rhode Island already underway when this was posted. And as of this video right now, the early voting has already begun in Massachusetts as well. And since Massachusetts is coming first, who the fuck is texting me all right now? Oh, it's my goddamn iPad. Oh. It's fine. Everything's fine. What's the thing? Yes, Massachusetts is the first up on this list. September 1st. So we're going to start there. Got multiple good candidates running in the House. Let's start with Massachusetts 1st District, Jeremy Whalen. Here's Jeremy from 11 months ago with his congressional campaign launch video.
My name is Jeremy Whalen, and I am a proud product of Western Massachusetts. I grew up in Belchertown, built a life with my wife in South Hadley, earned 3 degrees from UMass, and have spent over a decade teaching high school in the Valley. And whether it's in the classroom or out in the community, I get stuff done.
Now is the time to keep standing up, and now is the time to keep fighting back.
I'm a public servant, I'm not a politician. And honestly, that's exactly what we need right now. I'm running a campaign that is free from the grips of corporate money and the same old school thinking that delivered us 2 disastrous Trump administrations and historic disapproval ratings for our party. My focus is on building a movement that prioritizes people over profits, accountability over complacency, and bold, forward-thinking solutions over politics as usual. It's time to cut through all the noise and start fixing this mess. That means ensuring that everyone has equal access to health care that is not tied to corporate profits, putting more money in the pockets of the working and middle class, taxing billionaires and dismantling the oligarchy, and providing our children with the resources and support they need in their schools to thrive. Every vote is a choice. stay unheard under an old school politician funded entirely by corporations, or choose a young leader ready to deliver the change necessary in Western and Central Massachusetts?
We are a community that chooses love over fear. We are a democracy that chooses its leaders, not monarchs. And together, we are a force to be reckoned with.
Press like food around here?
Yes, indeed. That was Jeremy Whalen. Campaign launch video from 11 months ago. And here's his website. Should go back to the beginning of it here. This is his page, WhalenForCongressMA.com. You can request a lawn sign, donate, volunteer, as well as get a whole bunch of other information here. Whoopsies. The site does some weird stuff. There we go. The endorsement list, though, quite impressive. Progressive Victory, Track APAC, Progressive Democrats, Progressive Mass. I think this is your guy right here. He's got solutions rather than priorities. Lower taxes, raise them on billionaires, make healthcare work, implement Medicare for all, make housing affordable, expand public transportation, support strong unions, small businesses, and so many things, including the ending of the genocide in Gaza, but also protecting Jewish communities. Important we do both of those things. I think Jeremy really is a great candidate here. He's got the full Galactic endorsement. Hit all the things I need from a congressional candidate to be like, yep, do this guy. Get him in there. Get this guy in here.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hold on. Sorry. I should have done this before. I was moving slow today. I've been moving slow. Like, honestly, I need to get back into a good routine. Hopefully being back, like, remonetized on YouTube will help that, but it's just been a bit of a struggle. Jeremy is the last candidate here left in the race in Massachusetts, first district, first district, running against incumbent Democrat Richard Neal. There was one other candidate that is now withdrawn, Nathan Tracy. So it's just a head-to-head race here, and hopefully Jeremy can pull it out. Now, we got more candidates to talk about, of course, so we can stick around here talking just about Jeremy. Let's move on now to Massachusetts 2nd District. Oh, actually, we don't have to do that. Jim McGovern is running there unchallenged. He would have my endorsement if he needed it, but he doesn't. In 3rd, Lori Trahan is running unchallenged. It's not as thrilling to me as Jim McGovern running unchallenged. But in Massachusetts 4th, we do have more democracy to talk about. Yes, Jason, how do you say this? Polos? I can't remember if it was Polos or Poyos. I think it's Polos. He is running against incumbent corporate Democrat Jake Auchincloss. Let's go here to Polos for Congress. 8 months ago. What's happening?
Massachusetts. Since Congressman Jake Auchincloss is under fire tonight over his views on pharmaceutical costs. Today, progressive groups sent a truck to protest outside the first-term Democrats' district office in Attleboro. Billboard mounted on the truck criticized Auchincloss for signing a letter which questions how House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wants to tackle prescription prices.
In 2021, progressives called out Jake Auchincloss for taking big pharma money. Since then, he's raked in over $800,000 more, and he still won't touch drug prices. Instead, he backs copay caps, a policy that keeps prices high while shifting costs to insurers and taxpayers. Real reform means letting Medicare negotiate. Auchincloss will never support that. Follow the money.
Damn, dude. Oh, I didn't pause it fast enough. Sorry, Space Fams. Sorry, we gotta go back. I intended to pause it right there, and I screwed up. Hold on.
Negotiate. Auchincloss will never support that. Follow the money.
Damn, dude. $500,000 from Super PAC. And then thousands from all these pharma CEOs, venture capital, and pharma lobbyists. Yeah. Yes! Screw this guy.
2/3 of Americans want Medicare for all, but Representative Jake Auchincloss won't support it. Let me show you why this matters.
Pollos is chicken in Spanish. Yeah, but it's spelled Greek. It's kind of Greek spelling. It's Poulos, right? I think it's Greek. Polos. I think Polos. I think that's how he says it.
A new Data for Progress poll found that 65% of voters support Medicare for all, including majorities of Democrats, independents, and nearly half of Republicans. Here's what's remarkable. When you tell people the plan would eliminate private insurance and replace premiums with higher taxes, support only drops 2 points to 63%. People are ready for this. And even after voters hear every attack, government takeover, higher taxes, socialism, 58% still support it. That's a majority after the worst framing opponents can throw at it. The research backs up Medicare for all. A peer-reviewed study published in The Lancet in 2020 found that Medicare for all would save $450 billion a year and prevent 68,000 deaths annually. These are Americans who would die every year because they can't afford health care. Here in Massachusetts, health insurance premiums are rising 8 to 10% this year, the highest rate in a decade. Working families are being crushed. The Medicare for All Act was reintroduced in Congress this year with 107 co-sponsored.
Yes, indeed. Anyways, let's just take a quick look at Jason's website, Polos for Congress. Endorsed by Track APAC, Progressive Dems of America. Our Revolution, Massachusetts. Brookline Peace Coalition. Medicare for All, protect workers from AI displacement. Strengthen collective bargaining, universal basic income. Lower prescription drug prices, cancel student debt, affordable housing, close the credit cap, expand public transit, expand social security, tax the billionaires, and corporate taxation on automation. Overturn Citizens United, abolish ICE, and support for Israel. He's just got so many great policies. Just go check him out. Polos. Polos.house. This is your guy. Massachusetts 4th. Otherwise, you're stuck with this guy. Jake Auchincloss. Or however you say his stupid name. You know, 1v1. There were 2 other candidates. Both of them have now dropped out. Easy decision. Easy decision, Massachusetts. Come on.
Come on!
Okay. That's what I said. See, like I said, it is Greek. See, I'm glad everybody agrees now. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's Greek. I said Poulos. That sounds Greek to me. Maybe he's like, Western Turkish or something. I don't know, but that's a pretty Mediterranean spelling right there. I don't think that's Spanish. Well, I guess Spain's also in the Mediterranean. Sorry to Mediterranean valor steal just now, Spain. You're all in the Mediterranean. Speaking of stealing, hopefully I won't have to do anything that that dramatic with donations like this. Cthulhu, 15 bones donated on Cash App. Very much appreciated. Is there a low Earth orbit takeover outside right now? What the hell is that sound? Was I doing? Or what? One more from Jason before we move on to the next candidate. While I get myself ready for that race. This was from, I think, last month. No. January.
A number of people have raised the AIPAC thing. I don't think there's any secret there's a lot of money in politics. AIPAC is a source of that money. There's a lot of other sources of that money that don't seem to get referred to or discussed nearly as much. That kind of double standard is indicative of a double standard that exists, frankly, for Israel as well. I hear nothing about the ethnic cleansing in Armenia or in Sudan or in Muslim populations in India or in Xinjiang province in China.
Everybody, could we please
here
pause? Can we talk about Nagorno-Karabakh, please? Can we please talk about that? For the love of God. Can we talk about the Armenian lobby for a second? Talk about the powerful Armenian lobby that's implementing policy in the United States. Oh wait, that's right. That's not a thing. That's not a thing, buddy. This is a completely ill-fitting comparison. It totally what's it called? Asymmetrical comparison. This is nonsense. Fucking Armenia, bro. Really, bro? Come on.
Fixated on pinning AIPAC with the blame for what's happening in Gaza needs to ask, where is your furor about these other regions and these other lobbies? It's a double standard.
Representative Jake Auchincloss has received over $863,000 from the Israel lobby since 2020, making AIPAC-connected money his single largest source of campaign funds.
I'm sure that has nothing to do with it, Jason. I don't know how. Where are you seeing the connection here? He receives $1 million from pro-Israel and then from pro-Israel organizations, and then he's out here saying these ridiculous things. You think there's some sort of connection there? Huh. Well, hopefully the voters are of the same mind. I think a lot of people are kind of sick of watching all of this money go into our primary elections right now. I think Jason Polos would be a great option for Massachusetts 4th District. Now moving on to the 5th District, got another great candidate, Jonathan Paz. Jonathan Paz. Let's start. Also from this January, with his launch video.
I'm Jonathan Paz, and I'm running for Congress in the Democratic primary in the Massachusetts 5th District. I'm an organizer, an educator, a former city councilor, and the proud son of Bolivian immigrants. I'm challenging one of the most powerful Democrats in the House because we need new leadership. Let's just call it what it is. Our Democratic leaders are failing us. They're not stopping Trump. They're not making life more affordable. They're not building a party for the working class. That's why we need to rebuild the Democratic Party. We need leaders who listen to their constituents and take them seriously. We deserve leaders who reject money from corporations, leaders who stand with the working class, not the donor class that keep rigging the system. If we're to restore the soul of the Democratic Party, we need leaders who fight and organize to bring people together and deliver a thriving economy with sustainable, good-paying jobs, affordable and accessible healthcare, an immigration system rooted in humanity, not brutality, and no more endless wars. I know what it's like to struggle to make ends meet. I was born in Boston and raised in Bolivia until I was 8. My family came back to the United States with nothing, and I saw my parents work 2 to 3 jobs just to keep our family afloat. Their determination taught me the value of hard work and perseverance. At 14, I watched my father be detained and deported, and thanks to the strength of my tias, I became the first in my family to go to college on a full scholarship. I've dedicated my life to fighting for working people in classrooms, in union halls, and in public service. I chose this path because no one should face the injustices my family did. Even in tough times, I've held on to the belief that government should work for ordinary people, not just the rich and powerful. That's why I've taken some of the biggest fights in Massachusetts, from organizing renters' rights in Waltham to standing up to big tech and now resisting Trump's ICE. I've seen what's possible when we organize our communities and stay true to our principles. That's why I'm running for Congress and I'm asking for your support. Together, we can write a new chapter in our country's history, a chapter where we, the people, reclaim our future. It's up to us to do it.
Yes, indeed. Hell yeah, Jonathan Paz. He is running here in Massachusetts' 5th District. Here's his webpage, pausforthepeople.com. You volunteer, you can donate. This dude is a real one over here. Care Action, Our Revolution endorsement, Medford for Palestine, Arlington for Palestine, Progressive Dems of America, Massachusetts Peace Action. And issues, really quickly. Medicare for all, free high-quality childcare, a green energy revolution, stop the endless wars, housing for people not for profit, abolish ICE and reform immigration, women's and gender equality, queer and trans equity, freedom from gun violence, universal education, true public safety, bring prices under control, higher wages, hold big tech accountable, disability justice. He's all over this thing, people. Hold on, Ballotpedia is not coming up. This is very annoying to me. This is an indispensable resource. Thank you. There we go. And this is, yes, the district represented by Catherine Clark. It's a 3-way race between Jonathan, a guy by the name of Tariq Salmon, who's also hoping to unseat Catherine Clark, who's been there for almost 15 years. All right, one more clip from John, and then we'll move on to the next race.
We all know Trump is corrupt, and we know he's all over the Epstein files. The question is, why is Democratic leadership so weak and incapable of stopping him? If there was ever a time to challenge the Democratic corporate establishment, this is it. My name is Jonathan Paz. I'm an educator, organizer, former Waltham City Councilor, and I spent much of 2025 resisting ICE's abductions in my neighborhood.
Jonathan Paz and his volunteer partner, Lou, have taken up community activism door to door.
I'm now challenging the second most powerful Democrat in Congress, Catherine Clark. And when you look at Clark's record, it's no surprise that people are losing trust in the Democratic establishment. It takes millions from corporate PACs. $29. Takes over $1 billion from the Israel lobby.
$6.99.
Failed to stop funding for ICE.
$79.
Continues to get money from the war lobby. And has refused to call for the impeachment of the Orange Man in the White House.
$29.
Meanwhile, ordinary people are marching, protesting, literally putting their bodies on the line because we know democracy is at stake with the rise of fascism. Democratic leaders are not needing this moment for a reason. They are tied to the same corporate interests they pretend to be fighting. We need a real opposition party. We need to fight for Medicare for all, taxing the rich, abolishing ICE, and delivering real immigration reform and a federal jobs guarantee. This midterm will determine whether or not the Democratic Party fights for the machine or rages against it. My name is Jonathan Foss, and I'm here to rebel against this broken system. I hope you are too.
All right. That was Jonathan Paz. Massachusetts 5th District. Getting that galactic endorsement. Great policy platform. Seems to have a lot of the right endorsements already as well. Now on to the 6th District. Tram win. Our preferred candidate in this race. Now, Tram is apparently a Massachusetts State Assembly person. This was her video from 8 years ago. Running for Massachusetts Assembly, whatever you call it.
My name is Tram Wen, and I'm running to be state representative for 18th Essex. I came to the United States at 5 years old with my family as political refugees from the hostile Vietnamese communist regime. My father served in the South Vietnamese military alongside American soldiers fighting for democracy and freedom. After the war, he was forced into the re-education camp for over 8 years. After getting out, our family was blacklisted and we lived in constant fear of the government. In the early 90s, we were approved to come to the United States under the Humanitarian Operation Executive Order. In 1992, my family came to the US with $100 to our name. My father chose Massachusetts because here we have the best schools. We settled in the Merrimack Valley and we've been here ever since. Throughout my childhood, my parents worked 2 to 3 jobs while taking classes to learn English. They struggled for years working odd jobs with very little job security and protection. I understand the struggles of working families because I've seen firsthand what it took for my parents to provide for us. My family and I got invaluable support from this community in the Merrimack Valley. That support was what allowed my parents to buy their first home, where they still live today, and give us the stability we needed to thrive. I came to this country not knowing a word of English, and with the help and support of all my teachers, I excelled academically and graduated at the top of my high school class. I was the first person in my family to attend college and eventually law school. This is why I fight for the American dream. I've known for many years that I want to dedicate my life to advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves. For my entire legal career, I've been an attorney working for a nonprofit that provides free legal assistance to low-income clients. I've been in the front lines helping victims of domestic abuse, exploited workers, and vulnerable people navigate the legal system. I believe that my experience, work ethic, and commitment to public service make me a powerful representative of our communities. As your state legislator, I will invest in our communities, from Andover to Boxford, North Andover to Tewksbury, to ensure that our district is a place where all residents can live, work, and raise a family. I want to work to support smart growth and sustainable development, keep the rising costs of housing and healthcare down, and secure funding for our public schools to ensure our children's success and the continued strength of our communities. It is time our district has a representation we deserve, a voice at the table, and a voice that represents all of us. I am that voice. My name is Tram Wen, and I'm running to represent you, 18th Essex, as your next state representative.
Yes, indeed. Tram Win. I honestly think she's a great candidate. Coming from a family of immigrants who became a lawyer that went on to work at a nonprofit. She could have done all sorts of things with that law degree. It would have probably been more financially beneficial to her. But instead, she decided to help low-income people and others. She's got a great platform, honestly. Affordable housing, economic justice, Medicare for all. That's an important one we all look for around here. Certainly, I'm looking for in all of these candidates that trying to endorse each one of these races. Educational equality, climate action and resiliency, reimagined immigration, transit equity, safe communities, LGBTQ rights and protections, and stop all funding to the Israeli government as it commits a genocide in Gaza and sign on to the Block the Bombs Act. Hey, this is what I mean? Like, you can go deep into this policy set. I think she's genuinely the best out of the 6 different candidates running here in the Democratic primary in Massachusetts. Six people running in the 6th. 3 people have dropped out, including Seth Moulton, who we'll talk about in a second, who's now running in the Senate, or the Senate primary. Yeah, I went through all these candidates. I can't remember now. I got at the time of my decision on Tram. She was the very best candidate in the race. I went through all the candidates at the time. I'm trying to remember if I saw all of these names. Honestly, it's so easy for me to forget the people that I am not endorsing. So, that happens. But point is I did the math on all these people. She was absolutely the best of all of them. She's not perfect. I will say that. There's, maybe some things I wish she would have gone further on. I don't know. But with everybody else, it's like, it's not even close. You like communism? Thank you. Look. That is a thing. The fact is that there are people. We can't deny that there are people who fled communism, right? For different reasons. Some people fleeing for capital, for the protection of capital, right? Fleeing with whatever assets they could run with. And then there's people who were, in fact, oppressed by authoritarian regimes, communist or not. And, some people experience some horrifying things in Vietnam, in China. There was repression, cultural revolution and all these other sorts of things. There was repression, right? Like, we can't just stand for communism and not accept the fact that there are people living here in America who fled actual genuine repression. Sure, there's people like, I'm trying to think of good examples, because there are some people who, like, literally their parents fled for the reason of capital, protection. But that's not this woman, right? And, like, we have to be able to separate the genuine from disingenuous critiques of communism, right? Because, like, I don't think any of us should support the authoritarian parts of communism, or of any regime for that matter, right? But, like, there are aspects of communism we can absolutely get behind, and the collective, the more collective elements of it. But, like, there's been some serious, mistakes made by different communist regimes. Of course, the United States, Western powers haven't helped. I am not here to claim that we have, we've absolutely contributed to trying to make things worse in those places. I think everybody knows that that's how I see this, but, that's not a reason to not support this woman. Just that's my opinion. I just think that You know, like, and she's supporting the exact sort of policies that, you know, that we're supporting around here. You know, like the same sort of stuff that you got democratic socialists, the people who are being called communists. So let's not, you know, like, I think we're going in the wrong direction with this one. Yeah, no, I'm not. Look, I'm not. I'm not trying to claim that any country has had pure communists. I'm just saying that some people fled communism, right? But not necessarily the communism part of the communism. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, some people fled communist states, countries across the world, but not because of like government services, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, and we just have to fight. Like, we have to understand that that's, you know, like, this woman doesn't have an objection to that part. She's literally calling for Medicare for all and for more public transportation, right? Those are the things we need, okay? Those are the things we need. Next candidate on the list. Gotta skip Massachusetts 7th district. That's the district currently represented by Ayanna Pressley, who's running unchallenged, last I checked, in the primary. So she'll be going straight to the general and almost certainly the House. I don't see how she's gonna somehow lose to a Republican in the general. That's nonsense in this current paradigm that we are operating under. Ayanna Pressley losing to a Republican in the general is maybe the most laughable thing you could say to me. There's in Massachusetts, in a deep blue Massachusetts district, in Massachusetts 7th, yeah. Keep dreaming. Which is honestly, I gotta say, this is one of those very few instances of somebody who has a full galactic endorsement that's going to, you know, go unchallenged. I just found it sort of strangely like a nice surprise. It's like, oh, Ayanna's running unchallenged. Wow. AIPAC run out of money or something? What's happening? What's happening here? Okay. So, next up, Massachusetts 8th District. We have got two different people running here. I think incumbent Stephen Lynch. This guy's been here for like 15 years. Continues to enrich himself more and more, but do very little for America. Meanwhile, you got a guy by the name of Patrick Roth, who is looking to unseat him. Here's a clip from Patrick 6 months ago.
A little chilly. I'm Patrick Roth, and I'm running for Congress. R-O-A-T-H. This moment requires urgency and a conviction that we can actually change things. It requires creativity and bold ideas about how to make our communities more affordable. Housing we can actually afford. Guaranteeing childcare for everyone and putting our health care ahead of profits. I fought for voting rights and against corruption here in Massachusetts. My mom was born here in Brockton. She was raised in Braintree by a single mom. She met my dad when he got out of the Army. And this country really worked for them. Right now, we have to stand up to the Trump administration, but we also have to plan for the future, for what comes next. Congressman Lynch has been in office for 25 years now. He's not a bad guy, but he's not the leader we need right now. There's so much potential in our communities. Right here in Hingham, and here in West Roxbury, and here in Ashmont, here in Southie, and here in Norwood too, here in Brockton, and Weymouth, and here, and here, and here, here in Quincy, and here. Sorry, go ahead. We were just in Brockton, we're going through Stoughton right now on our way to Norwood, and you should be able, on a regular salary, to afford a house in Stoughton or Norwood or Brockton that has access to a good school, an affordable daycare center, that your healthcare deductible is not insane and you've actually got hospitals around here that aren't closed. That's the vision that we should be moving towards. That's what this campaign is about. Childcare, housing, healthcare we can actually afford. I'm Patrick Roth and I'm running for Congress. It's time for us to build, it's time to organize, it's time to spread the word and share with your neighbors what we're up to. This is a people-powered campaign. We can't do it without your support.
Yes. Yes, indeed. There's Patrick Roth pointing at you. Here's his website, patrickroth.com. Patrick for Congress. Let's see here. Wow, he's got a lot of priorities. Affordable housing, family affordability, and child care. Affordable health care. Universal health coverage. Economic opportunity, reproductive rights, immigration. I don't think he's an abolish. I don't think he said abolish ICE, has he? No, he did. Yep, he did. Abolish and dismantle ICE. There it is. Found it. Take it back.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
He's also got a fairly robust foreign policy platform here. Build a lasting peace. Work in Gaza is far from done. Humanitarian catastrophe, civil death toll, unconscionable. I don't think he says genocide in here, does he? Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I knew there was something in here. I couldn't remember which one it was, but there was one thing he didn't do was say genocide. He would sponsor the Block the Bombs bill, which is the thing that we want him to support, but he won't say genocide, which I found fascinating. Because nowhere in here does he say genocide. You know? But, like, honestly, this guy is definitely better than Stephen Lynch here, just on the policy. Deval Patrick endorsing him. And the teachers' unions in Massachusetts. So there's a bunch of other local leaders. Yeah, I think that you go Patrick Roth here. Even if he wasn't able to go as far as we wanted him to on that issue. It's a two-person race now, unfortunately. Or wait, is it three? No, two. Two-person race. The third person, Andrew Zilberfink, dropped out. So it's just Steven or Patrick. And Steven sucks. We could go down his entire, like, moneyed interest, open secrets profile. It's not good. I'll tell you that much. I encourage you to look at it if you don't believe me. I know we want everyone across the board to say and do certain things. For me here, I'm looking for those things and searching for the closest to those things in every single race. But as I think most of you know, there just isn't, there doesn't exist a perfect candidate in every race. In some races, we get real close. Other races, we're just way far apart. But honestly, I don't think Patrick is that far off. He's getting real close, honestly, to all the things I want him to say. Abolish ICE, support the block the bombs bill. They just refuse to say genocide. Universal health care, but no genocide. I don't know. I'm just like, technically it still gets us to the same place. Like, the words, like, if he blocks the bombs and the aid to Israel, so long as there's a genocide happening, does it matter if he says the word? That's the question to me, in my mind. I don't think it actually does in terms of real world impact. Like, if the bombs are blocked, right? You see what I'm saying here? If the bombs are blocked, but he doesn't say the word genocide, nobody is actually affected by that, right? Like, if anything, it's good. If anything, that's a good thing. Like, still, like, I mean, I know we around here like to nitpick the minutia, but at the end of the day, if you're blocking the bombs, if you're ending support for Israel, like, calling it a genocide or not is really semantics, right? Like, the actual real world effect is happening. The one that we need, that we've been demanding for years now. Like, that's the important part. Not the semantics. I know we can get easily bogged down in them, but it's been a semantics war for years. But like, I don't know. I think Patrick's is definitely a better choice than Stephen Lynch. Now, moving it on to the last district in Massachusetts, Massachusetts 9th. Let's go here to a podcast I've never heard of, but I found fairly amusing. Boston Brian. What appears to be Boston-based podcast on YouTube, who had on my preferred candidate in this race, Craig Swallow. Brian, take it away.
Miami. What's going on, peeps? I know there's a lot to discuss, as usual. You know what I mean? You can have about 17 shows a day and you're still not going to be able to cover it all. What's up, Roxanne? What's up, Kyle? What's up, Nurse? What's up, Nance? All right, I appreciate you guys. All right, before I waste any more time, what do we say? We get right into the conversation. I'm going to bring the man, the myth, the legend, Craig, right into the show. Let me see if I hit the right. Do I hit? Yeah, there he is. I knew I was going to do it. I knew I had some faith in myself that I would hit the right button on the first try. My man, I do appreciate you taking the time out and joining me. Thank you so much, and welcome to the program.
Hey, I'm so happy to be here, Brian. I think, anytime two massholes can get together and have an honest conversation like this, it's not to be, should it be recorded is the question, but, we're going to go forward with this.
No, there's a lot going on. I really do not only appreciate you stepping up at a moment like this, but also, like I said, taking the time out to talk to a smaller program, as it were, on the old YouTube side of things. So we have a lot to discuss. Before we hop into, kind of your take on the ongoing news and kind of the state of the country right now, let's kind of give everybody some insight into yourself, a little bit of background. Anybody that doesn't know about you or hasn't met you, hasn't had the opportunity to see any of your videos or anything that you've put out, just kind of get a better acquainted with you, if you could.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, everyone, my name's Craig Swallow. I'm a congressional candidate here for Massachusetts 9th District. Born and raised in New Bedford, Massachusetts. My grandparents came to Massachusetts from Portugal in the 1960s. My family has been in this community since then. My mom has been working at the local hospital for 30 years. I went to school to be a high school history teacher. I studied war propaganda and politics. I was a substitute teacher in my local schools. I was a student teacher at another community nearby in Dartmouth. I taught U.S. history and government at a charter school in New York City. So I've had a lot of experience as an educator, but most of my other experiences working as a restaurant manager. So, working alongside working class people, kind of getting things going, whether it's here in Boston or down in New York City, sort of done a lot. But
What, you guys have an issue with the name Swallow? What do you have against the glorious swallow? A small but agile bird flying around making its nests. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. What do you have against the swallow? Exactly. Very rude.
How rude.
When I moved back to Massachusetts in 2023, I got involved with Indivisible. So I started locally organizing and helping build community and mutual aid. And I think part of that is what segued me into deciding to run for Congress, because I think we need people who have working class experience in Congress.
Well, you mean, you touch on it right there, the blue collar aspect. And, you know, I think we kind of try to hit on that here at Blunt Politics.
I watched this thing, and Boston Brian's got the most Boston accent I've ever heard in my life. Like, certainly, like, in the modern era, I feel like a lot of these sort of regional accents have kind of gone away more and more. But holy shit, most Boston ever. Like, #1 Boston guy, almost. Such a deeply Bostonian accent. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Secondary aspects that we look at here in the United States of what you're paying at the gas pump. Obviously, that's going to trickle down and has trickled down into food, clothing, anything that you buy that gets to these stores by, again, plane, train, automobile, or ship is going to be going up in cost because of, you know, what we're seeing undertaken by this government. But like, how difficult the message is true. And we've seen in recent, you know, special elections all over the country that, you know, Democrats have kind of overperformed from where they were in past elections, whether they were winning that, you know, purple or red district outright, or just gaining substantial ground, as it were, you know, beyond the past elections. But like, how difficult is it to kind of get your name out there as a candidate, even with the popular things that you're talking about, even in a place that, like Massachusetts in the 9th, even though you say, you know, it is purple, like you said, but there are still a lot of people that espouse the same beliefs and kind of, you know, live the same lifestyle, so to speak, that you know, you and I want to see lived. But how difficult is it out there? How difficult is it to get your name out there, like the recognition and, you know, people behind you, get the signatures, stuff like that?
Yeah, you know, I think when I was a local co-leader for Indivisible South Coast New England for about a year, so that was certainly a great help, because I think people saw the work that I was trying to do, collaborating with them throughout my district, and saw that this wasn't just like a political ambition.
Yes, indeed. Greg has apparently been involved in political organizing for some time now. He's got a bunch of different endorsements: Progressive Massachusetts, Fairhaven Democratic Town Committee, Indivisible, Upper Cape Massachusetts Peace Action, Wellfleet for Palestine, Indivisible Plymouth, Progressive Democrats of America. Hold on. This website's not the best. Hold on. There it is. Platform. There we go. No political platform or website is the best. Let's be real. Like, some people have slightly better, but oh my god, this one's real bad though. Hold on. I have to zoom this out so I can get everything. Okay, there we go. Medicare for all. Education and workforce development, housing affordability, energy affordability, and climate justice. Cost of living support. Oh my god, he's got so many things. For too long, U.S. foreign policy has been shaped by endless wars, military escalation, and interventions that put working families at risk both at home and abroad. From Iraq to Afghanistan to ongoing conflicts globally fueled by arms sales and proxy fights, the costs have been measured in lost lives, destabilized regions, and trillions of taxpayer dollars. End to the genocide in Palestine. Like I said, this guy's got a very good policy. So we can't go through the whole thing. I mean, look at it. It's very in depth. If you're in Massachusetts 9th, I do suggest you go into it. He's running against Bill Keating here. 1v1, a lot of 1v1s. These are going to be very tight. And hopefully, they'll be close-ish. I mean, honestly, I hope these guys can all win. But, you know, these are all, most of these are all, they're all going up incumbent Democrats in blue states. These are going to be tough. These are going to be tough to win. You're going to have to get people out there to vote. I will be clipping this up and posting it hopefully as soon as possible. So the early voters, that's the thing I gotta be like doing, is like getting these clips out before early voting is like, before everyone's gotten their early votes in, because I know Democrats tend to early vote more than Republicans. Because, like, why stand in line if you don't have to? like it's not some patriotic duty to stand in that fucking line. So I gotta get this out ASAP, because early voting has already started in Rhode Island and in Massachusetts. Gotta get the people getting those ballots in. Ow, that's my knee. Oh God, you had a phone that you have a phone that no longer works now. That's terrible. You know, I'm so sick of their planned obsolescence stuff. It is ruining everything. And honestly, like, I'm on the verge of probably having my device like under threat of being discontinued, and then that'll be a complete catastrophe, because I do not have I don't have more money for a new phone right now. I'll be completely screwed. We need to make planned obsolescence illegal. They don't have to make it so that you can't use an app after a certain time period. That's nonsense. All right. Got one more election to talk about in Massachusetts. One more election to talk about in Massachusetts. Let me just get us there. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we had 6 good House candidates running in Massachusetts, from good to great, somewhere between good and great. Got one guy who's trying to hold on to his seat in the Senate now, up against Massachusetts 8th's old representative. What's his fucking face? Moulton? Seth Moulton? Yeah. Ed Markey. Ed Markey, who I am putting my support behind, because fuck Ed Moulton, or Seth Moulton, whatever his name is. Guy is a douche. Sorry, I should say that in a more friendly way. Ed Markey is much better than Seth Moulton. Moulton is a terrible guy who doesn't deserve your vote. There you go. That's more professional. See how I did that? Now, hopefully, Ed doesn't need my help with numbers like this.
The new poll shows incumbent Senator Ed Markey maintaining a double-digit lead in the Democratic Senate primary in Massachusetts. The poll from Suffolk University and the Boston Globe shows 52% of likely primary voters say they would choose Markey over Congressman Seth Moulton, whose support stands at 38%. 9% say they are still undecided. Moulton has made Markey's age a big part of his challenge.
Yeah, Moulton just keeps saying that we need a new. I listened to part of the debate between them. He just keeps saying we need like a new way forward. We need new leadership. But Seth is literally like a Chuck Schumer Democrat. He's just new in that he is young. His ideas are the opposite of new. I've gone through his proposals, and I've listened to this guy speak on numerous occasions. He's literally the guy who came out after Joe Biden lost in 2024 and told us that it was actually Kamala Harris being too pro-trans and not hugging enough Republicans. That's why we lost.
This was just a desperate attack, an unethical attack.
Why you would even take a meeting?
Markey, Moulton. In their last meeting, the gloves came off. Tonight, Massachusetts Democratic candidates for U.S. Senate go head-to-head on the big issues. The economy, housing, immigration.
What is your question for the candidate?
They'll take questions from you and our panel of political journalists. The final showdown starts right now, live from WCVB Channel 5, in partnership with WBUR and the Boston Globe.
Yeah, and you know what's fascinating? The Boston Globe is endorsing Seth Moulton for this seat. So the debate was literally put on by the people who are opposing a Markey, right? Like, think about that for a second.
CVB Channel 5, in partnership with WBUR and the Boston...
Right, like, hold on. Let me just pull this up. I gotta show you what I'm talking about. This is ridiculous. Is it... No, I don't want to donate to this dickbag. I want to look at his endorsements. Look at this. Look at this. This is on Seth. This is Team Moulton. Mickey Sherrill, Derek Tran, Chrissy Houlihan, Seth Magaziner, Pat Ryan, and the literal Boston Globe. The people who are putting on the debate. Look at this. Oh, God. He's got the worst endorsements. He's got the worst endorsements. Fuck this guy. Screw Seth Moulton. He can go fuck himself. Go Maya Vang in your district. That's in like 3 months from now. Isn't it Mai Vang, not Maya? Or May Vang? Mai? Anyway, we're not going to watch this debate. Not going to do it. Just remind you of who Seth Moulton is. That's, I think, the best way to just to point out, to make clear who this man
You
is.
were getting some pretty heavy criticism from people in your own party for something you said to the New York Times. I just want to read it for our viewers. You said, Democrats spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. And your fellow Democrat from Massachusetts, Congressman John Moran, who is gay, said on social media, quote, the only thing we here in Massachusetts shouldn't be afraid to say is that you should find another job if you want to use an election loss as an opportunity to pick on our most vulnerable. A councilman in your district called those remarks hate speech. You're getting quite a bit of pushback. I just want to hear what you think it all means and how you're responding to this.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Jessica. Look, I was just speaking authentically as a parent about one of many issues where Democrats are just out of touch with the majority of Americans. And I stand by my position, even though I may not have used exactly the right words.
Oh, he might not have used the exactly right words. Right. Well, there you go. That's Seth, who blamed Kamala Harris's loss on trans people. It's a real piece of shit. I was mad about this a year and a half ago. More than that. It was almost 2 years ago. And now I was like seething over this dumbass take. This baby-brained moron saying these things. But now we gotta make sure that he doesn't take Ed Markey's seat. And by the way, Ed Markey has got, you know, he's got the right endorsements, unlike Seth Moulton, I'd point out. He's got Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ayanna Pressley, Jim McGovern. All of these unions, SEIUs, AFSCME, federal teachers unions. Just go Markey. These I think Progressive Victory, or is it Progressive Victory? Progressive Democrats of America, I think, have endorsed him as well. Like, basically, I'm just saying, Ed Markey is clearly the choice over Seth, who literally voted for the Trump military budget last year, the $1 trillion military budget. He was like, yeah, I'll vote for that. That's who Seth is. He's a Chuck Schumer Democrat in a 40-year-old's body. Or however fucking old Seth is. 50, something like that. Yes, he's younger than Chuck, but his ideas are not. Just go, just you know, just go with Ed Markey. He might be old, but he's at least on the right side of everything. At least most things. He's not perfect. I won't say everything, but better than Seth. At least he's not blaming Kamala Harris's laws on trans people. I don't know if Seth has, you know, rethought that, but he had the opportunity to rethink it, and he did it then, so why should I care if he's rethought it now? Even if he has, I mean, I assume he hasn't. He's trying to represent this, like, centrist, like this guy, like an affordability centrist, and ugh. Okay, now we're almost done with the elections, honestly. The governor's race in Massachusetts, Democrat incumbent Maura Healey is going unchallenged. Just got a few left after this. We will start in New Hampshire. But first, before we leave Massachusetts, just as a palate cleanser from one state to the next.
Bam, ham, champ, ham. Bam, ham, champ, ham, bam. Bam, champ, ham. Ham, champ, ham.
Yeah, remember this guy? Well, that'll be the last time we hear a Boston accent like that for a little while. He should have done a cooking show. I mean, it's not out of the cards. He's still a young man. He could do a Boston-based cooking show still. All right, moving on from Massachusetts on to New Hampshire. Let's start here in the first of two districts for the state. Heath Howard is our preferred candidate. This was him appearing on local news 8 months ago.
Good morning, I'm Adam Sexton. State Democratic Party fundraisers here in New Hampshire usually draw big-name keynote speakers, but they don't always draw national headlines. Last weekend, it was someone who wasn't on stage who ended up stealing the show after pressing Senator Jeanne Shaheen from the audience over her deal to help end the government shutdown. The man speaking up is a candidate for Congress in the 1st District, Heath Howard, state representative, and he's our guest this morning on Close Up. Representative, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me, Adam. I appreciate it.
So you're there at the Eleanor Roosevelt dinner. Did you go with a plan to say something during Senator Shaheen's speech, or were you just moved in the moment?
No, I was very moved in the moment. You know, this is something that is very deeply personal to me as a member of the disability community, and it really angered me to hear the senator's words, and I did feel very betrayed.
Explain that. There's a lot of anger in the Democratic base here, but where was the healthcare victory on the horizon in that shutdown?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like we were approaching an opportunity. I mean, after huge victories that Tuesday before with election wins across the country, from California to New York, New Jersey, we were able to win across the country, and yet it felt as if our Democratic senators sold us out when we had a lot of strength.
Hey. Okay, I'm just realizing something. When did this happen? When did Chris Pappas? Wait, how long has this been happening for? Sorry, I'm just looking at something. Wow, that was fairly recently. Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. All right. Yeah. Let's see. What do I got? What do I got? I got I'm just realizing that this district has like a ton more. Why do I hold on? Is this right? Have I looked through these people? I'm like losing my mind right now. Did I look through all these people, dude? I could swear I looked through them at one point, but like it's been a second since I actually did this list. Oh my god. Was there this many people running in this race when I first did this? Oh my god. I don't remember it being this crowded of a race. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Ballotpedia right now. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people running here in New Hampshire's first congressional district, which used to be represented by Chris Pappas, a guy who is now running to go to the Senate in the Senate primary right now. He's not the guy that I'm endorsing there either. But my preferred candidate here is Heath Howard. That was Heath speaking on local media, WMUR TV, 8 months ago. This is Heath's webpage, heathhowardnh.com. You can donate here, learn about the issues, healthcare for all, universal healthcare, Housing for all, living wage for all, $25 federal minimum wage. Education for all, jobs training programs. Access to university and community colleges and trade schools. Wait. Hold on. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, there's the other shit. No more forever wars. Although I don't think he says end the genocide. But he does say don't subsidize another nation's genocidal foreign policy, which is like literally as close as you could get to saying it. Is not saying that Israel's committing a genocide, I guess. Protect the environment, expand Social Security, defend union rights. I mean, Heath has a really good policy platform here, in my opinion. He's also got some good endorsements, too. A lot of local unions. IBEW, UNH, UAW, and Southern New Hampshire DSA. Progressive victory. Citizens against APAC corruption. He's great. He is great. Full galactic endorse. The full galactic endorsement. Abolish ICE pledge. Political integrity pledge. I really do think Purge Palantir. I haven't seen this one. That looks promising. That looks promising. I'm into that. Bunch of state representatives have endorsed him. Local elected officials. What more would you like? Anything else, Space Sims? I think he's the one for you if you happen to be in New Hampshire's 1st district. Running in this clusterfuck of a field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people running. Good Lord. Good Lord's a lot of people. He's got to somehow beat them all. Okay. Got what? No, 2 more elections in New Hampshire. On to New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. Paige Boschman, my preferred candidate here in this race. Here's Paige. 2 months ago. Officially on the ballot.
New Hampshire deserves better than shallow politicians with empty promises. Our communities deserve representation that sides with them, not shady donors. Our government needs more working-class people making decisions with their neighbors in mind. More mothers, more nurses, more real people who want real change. More people like... Right now, New Hampshire State Representative Paige Boschman is about to file her candidacy for Congress. And as soon as she does, it's time to hit the road.
Immediately, if not
I'll take it from here.
You sure?
Yeah, I got it. Hi, I'm Paige Boschman. I'm running for U.S. Congress in New Hampshire's 2nd Congressional District, and it's time for me to get to work. We're going on the road because I want to hear what's most important to all of you. This campaign isn't just about me. This is about all of us. This is a movement that gets stronger when we work together. So if you're a candidate that's running for office this year, let us know. We would love to share the stage with you so that you can reach more people as well. Check out the events page on the website, and if your town's not on it and you think it should be, let us know and we'll work together to make it happen. I'm Paige Boschman, and you're damn right I approve this message.
Yes, indeed. That's Paige Boschman. She's running here in New Hampshire's 2nd District against Maggie Goodlander. Tete-a-tete. The other two Democratic candidates, Dean Pennington and Chris Tardif, who were in the race when I was originally doing the research, they have now dropped out. So it's just Paige and Maggie. Here's Paige's website, pagefornh.com. They got shirts. You can donate. You can keep up with the latest, what's going on. And you can read all about what Paige is planning to do in Congress. She is endorsed by Track APAC, Nurses for America, College Democrats of America, New Hampshire for Peace Action, Citizens Climate Lobby, Citizens Impeachment, the Green New Deal Champions. She wants to get money out of politics, close the loopholes, regulate AI, support working families, make health care a guarantee. The wealthiest country on the planet, this is unacceptable. Everyone should have access to care. No one should have to declare bankruptcy because of an unexpected medical condition. Single-payer universal health care is long overdue. We can't wait any longer to enact Medicare for all. Peace at home, abroad, of mind. The people first, not war. End the genocide in Gaza and provide aid to the Palestinian people. Oh, wow. Ensure social justice and equity for all and protect our environment. Paige, she's the one. Do it. Do it now. Vote in New Hampshire's 2nd for this lady.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Don't cuss. Did I cuss? It's very rude of me. It's very rude. All right, moving on to the one other race that we are covering here in New Hampshire, and that is the New Hampshire Senate race. Jean Shaheen is dropped out. She is no longer going to be possibly senator of New Hampshire any longer, which is great. We're all thrilled about that. I'm thrilled about that. You're thrilled about that. There are more people coming up that we need to get rid of too. But with the open field, you now got nearly half a dozen people running left in the Democratic primary for New Hampshire's Senate. The guy looking to take it down that's got my support. Oh, I'm sorry. Take it back. This is New Hampshire, not Rhode Island. The gal, take that again. You're in New Hampshire. The person running for Senate who I'd like to see take it down is one Karishma Manzoor. This was her campaign launch video from 1 year ago.
In the richest country in the world, we have to ask, why are millions of Americans still struggling just to survive? My family came to America, fleeing political persecution. We found safety here, but surviving as a working-class family still took everything we had. Unlike so many Americans, we faced rising debt, long work hours, and hard choices no family should have to make. I don't come from wealth, power, or a famous name, but I'm living proof that the American dream is still possible and still worth fighting for. My name is Karishma Manzoor. I'm a medical scientist and nonprofit leader. I never expected to run for office, But I couldn't stay on the sidelines while elected officials serve the wealthy and so many are left behind. As a scientist, I follow the facts, I seek the truth. And the truth is, our system is broken. And I believe we can change that. And that's why I'm running to represent the people of New Hampshire in the United States Senate. New Hampshire deserves a leader who listens to the people, not silences them. We need a leader with the courage to fight for Medicare for all. We need a leader who will boldly defend our Constitution, without exception, without compromise. I'm running to fight corruption in Washington, to ensure livable wages, affordable housing, and childcare subsidies, and to protect clean air and water for our kids and future generations. And above all, I'm running to be a voice that can't be bought. But this race isn't about me, it's about us. It's New Hampshire versus the billionaires.
Yes, indeed. Karishma. She's got the full Galactic News Network endorsement over here. It's not just me. Citizens impeachment, Citizens Against APAC, corruption, Progressive Democrats of America, Progressive Victory, Southern New Hampshire Indivisible. Jamal Bowman, among others, getting in here, supporting Karishma. You can request a yard sign, you can volunteer, you can get in touch, and you can learn about everything Karishma stands for here on this website. God damn it, my phone just died. I just saw somebody donate, and my phone died. I'm sorry. We'll talk about that in a second. Once my phone turns back on. What was I saying? Yes! She wants to ban big money in politics, restore power to people, fix the housing crisis, lower the cost of living. Medicare for all. Another one. Some very good candidates here in these last few races, I gotta say. Like, people who are hitting all, like, basically all of the things. Like, we've, in some places, especially like red states, we've dealt with people, you know, a lot of sort of trashy, garbage candidates with, like, no good policies. These people are filled with good policies. Stronger unions. Invest in children and public education, defend the Constitution, and uphold human rights. Yes, indeed. Can't remember whether or not Karishma says it, but she is endorsed by anti-APAC PACs. Does she say it? I can't remember if she says it on the website or not. Oh, here it is. Yeah, she does say it. Yeah, she does say the thing. And U.S. complicity in the genocide of Palestinians. That couldn't be more explicit. That's the most explicit, perhaps, of all of the ones that we've seen. Anyway, Karishma, great choice here for Senate. Running in the... oh, this is the wrong one. Wait. What am I looking at right now? What am I doing? What am I doing here? Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah. New Hampshire's Senate election. There she is. Karishma Manzoor. She is the preferred candidate. See what I did there? Okay. There's an even hotter Republican primary happening in New Hampshire. Seven people running there. Good God. At least it won't be Jean Shaheen, but I know there's at least one in here that, I mean, these people, some of these people are just trash. Especially Chris Pappas. In fact, I'm pretty sure Chris is there literally to replace Jean. Like as the worst of the worst. Okay. Boy, oh boy, we're almost done with the elections here, Space Fams. I gotta say, it's a little bittersweet. You know, I've enjoyed, even if the numbers have been terrible, I have enjoyed us getting into it, the nitty gritty, down in the dirt of the primary elections all year. And I'll miss it. I mean, I know we'll have more elections in the future, and we got the midterms coming up. But you know, the fight for actual democracy, actual policies, it's been nice, you know? It's been a nice change. Because the fact is when I first started the stream was 2024, when we didn't even get a primary, right? We didn't even get a primary in the presidential election. We should have discussed the House elections and the Senate elections, but I was too furious about that to think about any of that other shit. But honestly, hopefully this will help me in future coverage of elections. I've already put together some of the necessary apparatus for these things. And it's been nice to see you all relatively engaged in and or appreciative of this coverage, including the person who just donated on PayPal. Incredibly generous. $100. Good Lord. Good Lord, that's generous. That is galactic generosity. 100 bones. Thank you for covering all these primaries, Glitchmaster. Well, thank you, Glitchmaster, for your incredible generosity. How about that? Write that down. Really, really helping us out. We're getting down to the wire on this galactic deficit, but boy, oh boy, we have made huge strides in the last week. Whew. Thank you so much. And because of that donation and the other donations that we've seen tonight, we deserve a sweet, sweet galactic confetti party, of course. Yes, indeed, no content goal tonight. I didn't even start it. It would have been started super late, but thanks to all of you and your great generosity, we don't even need to have one. The space fams like you. Actually, that's not the right phrase. I'm trying to think of that's the wrong colloquialism. Space fams like you, we will make this all possible. Keep the GNN alive. Alright, we still got a hell of a lot to talk about, so we can sit around celebrating ourselves. Let's get back to it. Okay, where is it? Shit. I lost it. There it is. Okay, let's move on to Rhode Island. Oh, Rhode Island. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Once we get past Massachusetts, we're basically done. That's why I'm already talking about it like we're wrapped up. We got two. We got one that I'm going to talk about with you right now. One election in Rhode Island. Honestly, everybody else is an incumbent who's unchallenged or does not have any serious challengers. Okay, I couldn't believe it. I honestly couldn't believe it. Seth Magaziner. There's an actual race happening in Rhode Island second. Okay? I mean, actually, let's start there. We'll at least start there. This one was frustrating. This one was genuinely frustrating to me. Look, everybody here I think knows Seth Magaziner is like all right, he's not quite a Republican in Democrats closing, but he's a dino. He's a Democrat in name only. He's been here for whatever, like one term or a couple terms. since 2023, but he's taking like all this corporate money. Continues to take all this corporate money. You got a primary here that might as well not be a primary. This guy is a joke. Spencer Dickinson. He's like 80 years old.
I'm staying in the race.
He's got one policy on his website, which is, it's not even really a policy. Oh, good. It goes straight to the website. Thank you. This is his one issue. He's the worst crime in Rhode Island history. This is the whole thing. This is just worst crime in Rhode Island history. This guy. So you got a choice here. Spencer Dickinson or Seth Magaziner. I mean, both of these guys just really suck. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I wish I could do better for you, Rhode Island, but I'm dealt with the cards. I'm dealt the cards I'm dealt. I can't run in Rhode Island, and even if I could, I probably wouldn't. But point is, you got a joke of a House election in the second, no primary in the first, and Rhode Island only has 2 seats. You got a Senate and a gubernatorial race happening. You at least have one good candidate here. In the Senate race, Connor Burbridge is running, and hopefully he can win this thing. Here's Connor's campaign announcement for Senate last year.
These are dark times. Donald Trump and his billionaire friends are running circles around the Democratic Party and laughing all the way to the bank. Meanwhile, unelected oligarchs are stealing our data, destroying our government, and ruining our environment. The truth of the matter is, when your team is at the bottom of the league, it's time for a new head coach. But the Democratic establishment does not see this moment as a moment of crisis. Win or lose, elites and the consulting class are going to be doing just fine, but it's regular people like you and like me who pay the price for their mistakes. Something's got to change. It's time for a new type of politics. People are angry. The middle class is shrinking rapidly, and climate change is bringing disaster after disaster to our country. The old political playbook that worked in the 1990s is not going to cut it anymore. We need bold new leadership, not tired old politicians. I'm Connor Burbridge, and that's why I'm running for U.S. Senate. But this campaign is not for me. It's for the nurse who's clocking into another 12-hour shift. It's for the public school teacher who needs to work an extra job to make ends meet. It's for the construction worker who's struggling to pay bills. It's for the hardworking people of Rhode Island who deserve better from our political leadership. Let's be brave enough to really take on the Trump-Musk administration. Let's be brave enough to say in the richest country in the world that we can guarantee high-quality health care. Let's be brave enough to make the rich pay their fair share. Let's be brave enough to say that money is not speech and that billionaires should not be able to buy our elections. Let's be brave enough to actually protect our democracy. Will you join me in this fight? I'm Connor Burbridge. I'm at my favorite restaurant, Olneyville, New York system. I'm almost out of coffee milk. I got my hot wiener that I'm ready to eat, and I'm ready to fight. BurbridgeForOurEye.com.
Oh, Rhode Island. You heard that? Wait, you heard that? I heard that, GS? What does that mean, NR? What did you hear? Wait, what? What? You heard what? Exactly. What is it you think you heard? Sounds very Sinister. I heard that. I don't know what that means. Anyway, Connor is running here in a three-way race to unseat Jack frickin' Reed. Oh boy, I'd love to see Jack Reed get out. Honestly, Jack is terrible. All right, here is just lost this dude's name just now. Here, there we go. Here is Connor Burbridge's website, burbridgeforri.com. Yeah, here are some of his endorsements here. Indivisible South Coast, Moms Demand Action. Honestly, you know, I could use some more endorsements, but, you know, Jack Reed's pretty difficult guy to go up against. He's very powerful in the Democratic Party. But Connor has a fairly bold policy platform, ending military aid to Israel, universal health care, taxing billionaires out of existence, opposing all Trump nominees, defunding all of Trump's agencies, opposing the leadership of Chuck Schumer, ending the forever wars, combating climate change, abolishing ICE, and refiguring DHS. And if you go through this, I mean, he up and down, he's got all of this stuff. I mean, he's been thinking about it for sure. I think he's the one, in my opinion. I went through him, Luis, Jack. And Connor seems to be the guy that deserves your vote most for Senate in Rhode Island, as it turns out. One more clip from Connor. This is also from his YouTube page at a town hall speaking to the voters.
Welcome everybody, thank you so much all for coming out. I want to invite to the stage the reason why we're all here, Connor Burbridge. Let's go!
Raise your hand if you or someone you care about has struggled to pay for rent or cover their mortgage. Raise your hand if you or someone you care about has struggled with healthcare costs. This is the economy that we were living in. And the system is not broken. It's rigged, and it's been rigged for the last 40 years. 60% of Americans worry about covering a $1,000 expense. About half of Americans who have health insurance worry about covering just their premiums. We're gonna build a green economy with green jobs, green houses, green transit, to make sure that Rhode Island is the offshore wind powerhouse of the United States. That's gonna create jobs that give you an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Union jobs. We are gonna build hundreds of thousands of homes across this country, tens of thousands of homes here in Rhode Island, and they're gonna be available to buy for regular middle-class people so they can live the American dream, they can have a good home. We're going to make sure not only is RIPTA funded, but that it gets the funds to move it into the 21st century. We're going to use the power of our national park system to actually complete the East Coast Greenway, which will make the longest bike trail in the world. It'll go from Florida all the way to Maine, and it'll run right here through Rhode Island. And I gotta speak to education. Teachers are some of the hardest workers that we have here in the state. They're in the classroom every day, innovating, working hard. We gotta pay our teachers enough so that we retain the world-class talent that we currently have in our public schools. People are questioning whether the government can actually get anything right, or whether it's better that corporations do everything and that the government does nothing. But today, right here, at this kickoff event, I am staking a bold...
Whoopsies. What just happened?
It works great! We're gonna make the government work for us, regular people, not for the billionaire class, not for the ultra-rich, not for mega corporations.
Well, there you go. A small but energized crowd here listening to Senate candidate Connor Burbridge running in Rhode Island. Now to the state of the gubernatorial race, which is basically not a race at all, in my opinion. I mean, let's just look at this, okay? You got incumbent Democrat Daniel McKee, who's honestly been around for a super long time. I think he's fairly popular in the state. It's a state race, so I don't know. This is one of those things where, for me, I already feel like I'm starting like on the back foot, not knowing all of the internal state politics. But the fact is, I looked at this. Okay, we got an incumbent Democrat. We got 3 people dropped out. We got 1 left. Let's hope that this lady's good. And I looked at her. I was like, oh, never mind. Screw it. Do whatever you want, New Hampshire. I mean, Rhode Island. Do whatever you want. Just, I don't care. Look at who's endorsing her. This is Helena Fox endorsement page. First person on the list. Speaker Emerita. A nonsense title. Nancy Pelosi. And I was like, okay, fine. I don't care. Whatever. Vote for whoever you want. It doesn't. Screw it. Screw it. I'm sure the incumbent's fine. I'm sure I'm sure he has a job for a reason. So yeah, that's your governor race situation in Rhode Island. And in Delaware, you have Sarah McBride, the first openly trans member of Congress, running unchallenged, which I thought was great, in Delaware's only district. So she's going straight to the general up against the Republican who wins in the primary here on September 15th. And I don't think there is a primary in any other races. There's nothing so I tried my best, everybody. I tried to get you everything I could on all these different races, but sort of tapers off at the end there. But there's some really good candidates in there, I think. I think most of those people we put up there are really good. Sadly, things just sort of got a little weird, a little wonky there towards the end. All right, stretch. Gotta stretch. How are we doing? How are we doing on the time? 2 hours. Not bad. Okay, we're done with election stuff. Still got more things to talk about. Oh, we're not done with election stuff. I take it back. We're done with primary election stuff. Almost for at least another 2 years, people. End of an era. We're now switching to general elections. Oh God, and next year, next election, 2028, it's gonna be presidential shit and state election shit. Actually, that might help bringing in more people. That might help bring more eyes into these races happening next year. That could be good. That could be a good thing. Either way, I'm sort of excited, it's a little bittersweet, but excited to be moving on to general election season. Cosmopolitics, you've been summoned, have you? Did someone summon you? Well, welcome in. Welcome into the chat. We must move on to those general elections that are happening. Speaker Little Mike Johnson appeared in New York in New York's 3rd district, which is, where is that one again? Is that Hudson Valley? Or is that, no, it's Long Island. It's Long Island. What am I talking about? Yeah. No, that's Long Island. Yes. District currently represented by Tom Swazi. Little Mike Johnson appeared on Long Island to tell everybody that Republicans were gonna turn over this seat. They're gonna flip it. Somehow. Even though Republicans are deeply unpopular right now. And it's literally New York.
Yes. Well, New York, look, the majority for the House Republicans runs through New York. And New York and California and a couple other spots around the country is what's going to decide it. Let me tell you where things stand as of this morning. The Cook Political Report is probably one of the main sources that people look to. They say that on election night, 75 days from today, you could expect 211 Republicans, 205 Democrats to be elected. That leaves 19 seats in the middle that are the jump ball, so to speak, the swing districts. Several of those are here in New York. One of them is the gentleman standing next to me. We are going to flip this seat from blue to red, like we're going to do other seats around the country.
Now, of course, every single special election Republicans have lost, as we just got done talking about. But little Mike Johnson's is here to tell us, actually, Republicans, they're definitely gonna flip this district. I mean, has New York's 3rd district gone red before? Yes, technically. I mean, Tom Swazi's been in there for a while, though, if I'm not mistaken. How long has Tom Swazi been in here? I don't remember. When did Tom win that election? I literally can't remember now. Hold on. It's got to be here somewhere. Was it? Did he really? He must have. I think he must have lost this. I guess he may have lost this in the. At one point, because I could have sworn he represented this district on multiple occasions. But yeah, I mean, it's a swing district, kind of, but this is absolutely not the year that the Republicans are gonna swing it. If he thinks that they're gonna swing it, they're losing their minds. Like little Mike Johnson is living in some sort of like alternate universe, you know, like Long Island. This district might be a swing district, but it's only swung like a couple times. Like really, it voted Obama, Clinton, Biden, and then Trump in 2024. That's the only swing that we're really talking about, is that it swung for Republicans under Biden in the midterms in 2022 and for Trump in 2024, but still voting for Gillibrand. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's maybe like a lilac. I mean, not even. It's like a little purple, but it's not a deep purple district. And considering the numbers we've been looking at, Mike is literally like outside of his mind that he's here in Long Island doing this. It is a very silly thing. They're not going to win. I'm telling you right now, they're not going to win. I'm not saying that people shouldn't go vote, like, you know, like, oh, there's no way that they win, but like literally, they're not going to win. People are pissed right now and at Republicans. And Donald Trump is literally waging a war against New York. You think people are going to vote for that? In a midterm election? When Trump's at historically low popularity and Mike Johnson is literally like attached to the president's teat? Like, just suckling like at all times? I mean, what are we talking about here? That's not happening. If anything, it's going to be a reverse of that in a lot of places. As long as we can get turnout up in all of these elections. Speaking of general elections, President Trump is hoping for this lady, Senator Darlene Graham, to win a special election in South Carolina, then go on to a general election in November. However, she's been floundering recently as a result of gaffe, I guess you might call it. Just her admission that she knows nothing about. I don't know if it's hard to call it a gaffe when it's just admitting that you literally know nothing about policy. But she literally admitted that she knows nothing about foreign policy during a debate. Maybe the most hilarious moment from a Republican debate that we've seen so far this year.
You're looking at live pictures out of South Carolina where the president is scrambling to save his hand-picked replacement for Senator Lindsey Graham. Now, this is all ahead of next week's runoff. Trump's choice is Graham's sister, Darlene. Now, she was backed by Trump to run for her late brother's seat, despite having never run for office or held any kind of elected office, a decision that sparked outrage from some Republicans, including a lot of senior ones in South Carolina who are backing her primary opponent, longtime South Carolina Republican Ralph Norman. And tonight, Trump is trying to help Darlene Graham clean up this gaffe.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security. But I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years. So I will do everything I can to support the military.
I love that answer. Jesus Christ. Look at Aaron. Jesus. Oh, yeah. I love that answer. I don't really know much about foreign policy. But I do support the troops. So, whatever that means.
Okay, well, the headlines were fast and furious after that response. Senator Darlene Graham implodes. I'm not that informed. National security is not my thing. National security trips up Senator Darlene Graham. So Graham was aware she had some cleanup to do. So,
yeah, that look from Aaron was priceless. She looked deeply disinterested in this nonsense, but like being forced to continue, forced to engage in the stupidity. Like, this is really what we're doing. This is how far we've come. Yeah. Yeah, we got Senate candidates who don't know anything about foreign policy and just say, I support the troops. I support the troops, so make me senator.
the next day, she goes on Fox News, Sean Hannity.
So this issue of Taiwan came up last night, and I know people have made a big deal about it. And I'm like, I wonder how many people around the country, if I gave them a map, could pick out Taiwan. I don't think many, and not just in, I mean the whole country, never mind South Carolina.
Right. I think you're 100% right, Sean.
I think you're right, Sean. South Carolina's too stupid to know where Taiwan is. Yes. Yes, keep digging that hole. I'm just as stupid as everybody else in South Carolina who doesn't know where Taiwan is. That's perfectly normal. But we all support the troops, regardless. Now, Donald Trump held a rally in South Carolina for Darlene Graham ahead of this special election.
Darlene is somebody I've known for a long time. I asked her to do this. I said, Darlene, you got to do it. Because everyone loves her, everyone respects her. I've known her through Lindsay. I've known her for a long. I think Lindsay respected Darlene more than any other person he knows, including me. That does not make me happy. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that, but one of those things. But with your help this November, we're going to stop the radical left Democrat communists here in South Carolina and all across the nation. And we're going to elect Senator Darlene Graham to fight for South Carolina and to always put America first. She only knows how to put America first.
She only knows how to put America first. Yes, Darlene Graham. I can't wait to see. She's one of these people I'd love to see win this special election or these primaries. Like a Mike Lindell. She's perfect for this year for us, you know. Yes, elect woman who knows nothing about foreign policy, or and like vote for that woman, get her to the general. Let's flip South Carolina because this woman is dumber than a bag of rocks. Should be maybe the easiest W I can imagine in a general election. She doesn't know anything about foreign policy. Between the next 3 months, you think she's going to be able to figure it out? However, there was some tumultuousness, I guess you might call it, at the Trump rally. A disturbance, if you will. One individual who showed up with a shirt started yelling.
They want to make it easier. Was that a good thing? Was that good or bad? I think she said Trump Nation. I like that. I like that. I like that. Leave her alone. Don't do it. She said Trump Nation. That's okay. Trump Nation's okay. I wasn't.
Yes, however, this isn't the interesting situation. It wasn't the old lady, old Trump supporter who's trying to flash him at the Trump rally. No. I found this next guy to be fascinating. Her unimportant. This guy. Now, just want you to take a look at what's happening here. You got all these QAnon types, their MAGA hats, all booing a guy wearing a shirt that says, "Kill your local PDF." So the QAnon, the former protectors of children, the people claiming to be protecting the children are now like an angry mob screaming and yelling and booing this man wearing a shirt that I could have sworn they all would. It's calling for like vigilantism and shit. Like, I thought that was the Republican way of life. But this is what I mean, though. Like, when we talk about being a cult, right? It's only what the president, like, anybody who shows any sort of, like, disdain for the president, for dear leader Trump, like, gets booed down. Even if it's a literal guy who should technically have the support of everybody here. Is a dude who's literally talking about doing vigilante stuff to pedophiles, and they're booing him. These are the same people who wanted the Epstein files and the Pizzagate and QAnon and all these other things. And now they're like, oh, boo, boo, boo. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it's a cult. Like, they don't have any morals, ethics, thoughts, ideas, you know, like, they have no backbones. Those backbones are owned by the president. It's whatever, anybody who just, you know, dissents. Right? Anybody who dissents is the enemy. Doesn't matter if they literally like represent the thing that you've claimed to care about for years, because they don't care about any of it. It is just a weird racist barbecue that's just been going on for like a decade now. Yeah, a guy wearing an Make America Great Again. This lady had a Make America Great Again sign.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
You can clearly see he's yelling something at the beginning of that. You can't hear it. He's directing his voice towards the stage so the president can probably hear it. But yeah, everyone got very upset over whatever he said. Maybe he wanted the Epstein files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
That was just this clip where I was like, oh my God, this is so fascinating. These people who claim to care about the kids and the Epstein files and the cabal and all that stuff now yelling at a guy who's literally asking for them. Yeah, that's where we're at. These people have no scruples. Speaking of deranged cultists, let's talk a little bit about Natalie Harp. The more and more I start to get to know this woman, the more I think that she is a complete lunatic who is genuinely in love with the president.
They're just revealed letters written by White House aide Natalie Harp to the president.
These letters give you some more insight into just the very personal relationship that these two people share.
The letters leaked to the Daily Beast show a depth of feeling that some are finding, well, a little uncomfortable.
Yes. Yes, it's making everyone, well, a little uncomfortable. And or a little curious. Certainly an interesting topic, I gotta say. I mean, this woman has, like, unlimited access, non-stop 24/7 access to the president. All right, let's go here to CNN from yesterday. For more on those letters to Trump.
We're getting a closer look into the contents of private communications between President Trump and one of his closest aides, now raising questions about the potential national security ramifications. Letters published in full for the first time.
Insane Bolt. I love that. That's a good one. That is a really good one. I gotta give it to you. I don't know if you came up with that, but that's well
CNN
played.
has not independently confirmed that Harp wrote or sent the letters to the president, but the contents are prompting concerns about the broader implications of the very close relationship between Harp and the president, viewed by some in the White House as a gatekeeper of President Trump and the most powerful man in the world. Let's go live right now to CNN White House correspondent Elena Train. She's working.
Just watching her speaking back then at the Faith and Freedom, you can see just kind of how like possessed she is.
Some in the White House as a gatekeeper.
Now we've talked a lot about Natalie's recently. She's been getting more and more attention, and it sort of hit a fever pitch this week. It's been Natalie week, really. If I this has really been the week where the Natalie talk hit a fever pitch, like the maximum. I feel like this is maybe actually, now that I think about it, considering Natalie's personality, this might not be the maximum amount that we talk about Natalie, and I don't want to rush to that conclusion. Considering who Natalie seems to be, I think it could get weirder. I think it could absolutely get weirder than where we're at right now.
Joining us now in the Situation Room is Maggie Haberman. She's a White House correspondent for the New York Times and the co-author of the best-selling book, Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump, with Jonathan Swan. Maggie, it's so great to have you on the show. Regime Change introduced us to Natalie Harp. for a lot of people, it was the very first time they learned about her. So remind our viewers about her power in President Trump's White House and what the details from these letters demonstrate to you.
So one of the things that Jonathan and I reported in the book was, yes, Natalie Harp, it was so devotional to him that, you know, she would write these letters. We had looked at the letters, we'd obtained them, they had and reviewed them. These were in 2023, as Elena said, but she was going into the White House with him, and he would tell people in the 4 years out of power, 3 some odd that she worked for him, that, you know, she was the only person among his staff who loved him as much as his wife and children. And
Yeah, and I remember that, and I've been thinking about that statement ever since, like, the Natalie talk really started picking up. I've been, like, thinking about how Trump sees her as being a loyal asset, as close as the family. He, like, according to him, right? That's what's, you know, it's like he perceives, like, I feel like loyalty is, like, so transactional to him. For him to say something like that, I feel like it's got to be somewhat meaningful, right? Like... For more on this, I figure the best way for us to start wrapping this up is going here to the majority report.
Did you see the letter from Natalie to President Trump?
I did not see the letter from Natalie to President Trump.
Daily Beast has a letter here.
Oh, beautiful.
Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry, I thought it was...
Honestly, Emma, the fact that Emma hadn't seen any of this before this is what makes it even better. But before we get to all of this, I just want to open up a couple of things that I saved here for this moment. Because here's the thing. I realized Natalie is a particular character. Okay, I know you all know that I love to make comparisons to actors or whatever actresses, and like, oh, this is that person. People give me shit about it sometimes, but you can't tell me. For those of you who have seen this show, you cannot tell me this woman isn't this woman. Who here has seen Arrested Development? Please tell me there's a few of you in here.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
She is Kitty. She is fucking Kitty. George Sr.'s fiercely loyal assistant. Look, she's making the same fucking face, dude. Like, and if you've watched Arrested Development, think back to it. She is 100% Kitty from Arrested Development. It came to me while I was thinking about this, and I was like, oh my god, it's her. For all I mean, George Bluth Sr. is literally a criminal real estate developer. Kitty is his assistant who chases him around all over the place. Literally, like, doing everything to protect him, but also get closer to him. And it just broke me when I saw this picture. When I saw this picture right here, I was like, oh my god, who does this remind me of? And it just clicked. I was like, oh my god, it's her. It's fucking Kitty. She's Kitty. She's literally Kitty. She's a lunatic. This woman is deranged. Oh, God. It's crazy.
I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and I should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I'm sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland.
Oh my god.
The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day I was specifically asked by, I forget who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there if I could continue walking until any other other girls who would head out there to do the same, to spare the course any more carts. If there is anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. Man, she's down
Jeez,
bad.
girl.
I know that some people have said
Emma's
I haven't
out
been
of trouble.
texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too, so asked me to help him out.
Did you hear Emma just now? Jeez, girl. That jeez, girl was like, it almost sounded like concerned for Natalie. Like a friend would. It's like, gee, like, jeez. What are you doing? You get it together. And to be fair, I mean, this is like if your friend sent you this, like, hey, is this good to send to my like you would be like, no, this is nuts. Burn this. Don't show this to anybody else ever again and pretend like you never wrote it.
I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past, capitalized, and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. That is the fear you see, because I never want to bring you anything but joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me.
Oh my God.
I don't want to ever let you down. Thank you for being my guardian, capitalized, and protector in this life.
So this is how we know that she's also like helping him with the true thing, because she does the weird capitalization stuff as well.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to use this card for. When you saw me at the cash register, also capitalized. And once again,
Of course it's capitalized.
Or something? Why would you capitalize?
You capitalize capitalism. That's why. Okay? When it's capitalism, it's capital letters, of course. Everybody knows that, Emma. Duh.
And once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with memories of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will return a better person. I have to sign off now as the cars are leaving. See you soon. With all my heart, Natalie.
Okay, we need to take this apart. Okay.
I'm not reading all that shit.
Yeah. First of all, not the brightest bulb, and yeah, right. Like, oh, thanks so much. Okay.
Natalie, it's not you, it's me. Okay?
Right. How can I read this when you're the one that is always reading things for me? What am I supposed to do with this? Can you read it aloud to me? So she's apologizing extensively at the beginning for calling him directly and then embarrassing him by walking the course in Scotland. What does that mean? The first day I was told there were no...
People notice your thirstiness.
So, was this the same instance when she chased his cart around the course?
I think that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I think...
So, okay.
So she saw it got out and was embarrassing. Like, what's that? Who is this?
Right, who's this woman who is chasing around my golf cart in desperation? Okay.
The line that gets me is the second day I was specifically asked, I forgot who his name was, but... if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same. So where like all the guys are getting golf carts and all the women had to walk.
You gotta get that exercise in.
Select the old.
Yeah, except I would point out in all of the pictures, there doesn't appear to be anyone else running. She, like, I mean, it says it in the letter, but she appears to be the only one chasing the golf carts. Like, I've looked at them extensively now, and for my eye, she's the only person that is just sort of traipsing down the golf path, no cart, just grinning from ear to ear.
My body is like a battery, but your body's got to be a very specific BMI, okay? If there's anything else I have done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I mean, this is like this is so debasing the way she speaks. Like, I mean,
yeah. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life.
In this life.
Gifted me with mementos
thing.
of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age.
The coming of age is really
part
gross. Yeah, the coming of age part is really, really gross. It really is. This woman needs help. She really does need help. All right, we're just going to skip a little bit, just because there's so much of this to unpack. But, like I was saying yesterday, this is like this is very needy behavior. I mean, like, just be like maybe the neediest behavior I've ever seen in my life. Just beyond anything. And, I mean, at one point I had a stalker. So, like, I'm familiar with this kind of behavior. This is taking it to a level but the fact is the president has fully embraced it. He loves it. He's like, it's crazy anybody loves me this much. Get in here, Natalie. You're perfect. You're perfect for me. Get right in here.
There
Love
are
how
people
much you love
that
me.
the rats are worried about this ship and how much water it's taken on.
And they're worried about this relationship. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past, the pain. I mean, this is sad. She's clearly mentally unwell.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry I've lost my focus. You are all that matters to me. Guardian and protector in this life. Okay.
I'll just say this is a significant leak from just operational standpoint, and John Ossoff was apparently one of the first people to get it. There are people that the rats are worried about this ship and how much water it's taken on.
And they're worried about this relationship.
Yeah.
She had no security clearance for a year plus and is clearly intimately involved with him. How do we know that she's not being influenced by foreign governments to get him to do certain things? Not that he needs an
It's not intimate. It's NSA. It's no strings attached. It's very casual.
Very casual, right?
Are we ready to look at the...
I'm Polly. She's not.
Get back in the truck.
It's a one-way monogamy.
Okay. It looks like we got some good stuff in this letter,
Okay. All right, I'll read this one. How about that?
Sure.
Dear Mr. President, now this is the note I wanted to write, but the apology needed to come first. I have learned so much about myself on this trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time in I don't know how long, you forced me to unplug. You know, Trump, who's really good at logging off. We could be out on the...
I know I read this for everyone yesterday, but can we all agree that Emma does it better than me? Like, there's something about her reading this that's different and somehow better than me doing it. I tried to do an impression. In fact, I don't even know what Natalie really sounds like, but she just, I don't know, she just je ne sais quoi.
Course, with no machines and even forget what time it is. I didn't have to be human. I didn't have to be human printer when she said...
Oh my God. So,
honestly, that's got to be one of the saddest fucking sentences in this whole thing. I didn't have to be human printer. I mean, the fact that she refers to herself as that, like finally I get to let my hair down. I don't have to be human printer. I know that you see me as a literal human object. I can just be a person. Like, dude, like, oh my God. Like, she needs help. She really does need help.
You're kind of like... You're hurting the kids.
You have a mental health problem.
Like seriously though, the human, like her referring to herself as a human printer and saying it as though it's like her duty to be a human printer. It's just so deep. Like she was saying, it's what's the word? I can't remember the word that Emma used now, but like, or was it Emma who said it? I can't remember who said it, but she's like so like self-deprecating, like almost, but like it's not even the right word. She's like prostrating herself in front of the president, right? As if he was like a king, like speaking to him in this way that I feel like you would to a king, and just sort of like, yeah, like throwing herself like in whole in front of him and saying, "Please, sir, accept me as a sacrifice or something." You know, like it's just so, oh, it's so disturbing.
Of information I could put in front of your old fucking face.
I could take time to enjoy good conversation and still get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact,
so sad.
I even had time to take long morning and evening walks to enjoy each sunrise and sunset.
It's like she's doing it to herself, which I feel like there's another word for that. Like dehumanizing yourself. It's like, it's such a weird thing to do. She's referring to herself as a literal object.
And, you know, proper nouns as if they're her cats or something. Though I didn't forget to eat and sleep.
I did forget to eat and sleep.
She's having a manic episode.
Yeah, this is somebody who, like, in 2 letters has mentioned forgetting to eat
and sleep because she's so devoted to him.
Yeah. Natalie, you need a routine.
Seriously. Little self-care, Natalie. Little self-care does wonders.
But not too much, because you got to take care of me.
But also, I'm your protector and guardian.
Yeah, right. With so much thinking time, I confess it did have a slightly negative effect at times.
Don't want to hear that.
That I know you picked up on, but the end result, I believe, will be worth it. So is this her justifying her taking like a day off or something like that?
I think so.
Because apparently she'd been working on Sundays and Saturdays.
No. Okay, so let me just make this clear. At least from what I understood after reading through this, is that this is her thanking the president for her running around the golf course with him for a week. I think. Am I wrong? Or maybe not. Actually, I guess I could be wrong. Maybe he is. Maybe she did take a trip. I always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how. No, but right. No. I think Trump must have been playing golf. I think she must be from wherever Trump's golf course is, one of Trump's golf courses, or wherever they were playing golf at. So she happened to like unplug by joining with them on the course. I don't know, but that's what it sounds like to me when you combine all these sentences. I've learned so much on my trip. Always knew coming home to my roots would be enlightening, but I had no idea how much. For the first time, I didn't know in how long you forced me to unplug. We could be out on the course with no machines and even forget what time it is. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they were out on the course together. That was the unplugging. I
want that job.
Double exclamation points.
Give it to me. Give me that.
So there's multiple people around Trump whose job is to talk and look pretty.
There's a few of them who come the harem.
Yeah,
Right.
not so much the talking part.
They're called the girls. They're the girls. They're here to do the stuff that we need done. Okay? A lot of work. That I'm not doing. That's what the girls are for. Everybody knows that.
She needs some serious help.
Yeah. You have the absolute right to cuss me out if I mean, literally saying I deserve punishment from you. Thank you for always being there for me. I'll never forget when you made that promise to me after losing my dad. And I know how happy he is right now that I did go to Scotland and Ireland, as he always wanted for me. To modify a classic, I could not have parted with you to anyone less
I see
worthy.
what's happened.
And I will add, it is I who is unworthy. Always Natalie. P.S. My hands looked worse in Scotland and Ireland because the cold turns old scars purple, still on the road to recovery. Why is he fixated on the way her hands look? And was she self-harming? Is that what the implication is there? I
don't know.
I cannot believe this. Did this just break?
This is published this morning, I believe.
Oh my God.
Or yesterday, yeah. Late
Michael
yesterday.
Wolff is leaking this. Now, there you go.
There you go.
There you go. Our favorite shit stirrer here.
I mean, basically, yeah, the inside journalist of inside journalists.
So is this what he's doing? And then basically just outsourcing everything else to the worst fascist in office, like Stephen Miller.
Yeah,
We have President Stephen Miller now, and Rubio's doing, I guess, Venezuela. And
Pete, you're gonna take the Middle East. Marco, you're gonna take the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, and let's not forget that she's also a fascist, right? We heard from her brother that they grew up being told by their parents that slavery wasn't bad. Like, literally, that they grew up being told by their parents that slavery wasn't bad.
Whether or not he discards.
there should be an intervention.
If I was her family, I would like kidnap her and try to like put her in a hotel somewhere.
Her brother went on Aaron Burnett and was like making a public plea saying, I hope you wake up. This isn't you.
Yeah.
Dang.
Remember the old days when I had this talk show job and we could just talk about everything and nothing?
So he was calling up an OAN anchor to just
Natalie,
shoot
I
the
love
breeze.
what you're saying about me on OAN. Who's this Natalie?
Yeah. Whew. Sean from PA, I get that there are no victims at the top of this MAGA death cult, but this woman might be the exception to that. She seems deeply unwell, and I can't help but feel bad for her. Sounds like a lifetime of Christian nationalist indoctrination has broken her.
Yeah, it's not very often, like, I feel like you see, like, men down bad online because they're maybe a little bit more public about it.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Except it's the most powerful man in the entire world.
Yes, and he's 80 years old.
And a fascist psycho.
Dave from Talon, the footage of Natalie running after the golf cart is just sad but hysterically funny. There's footage?
Look at Emma.
Okay,
Footage
okay.
of what? I wasn't
Mac, you
listening.
can't go to the bathroom now.
Look how excited Emma is. And honestly, I had been waiting for this for so long. We've been talking about this, and like we had heard about this claim that she had been chasing Trump around the golf course. I was like, Trump is also chased by thousands of photographers. There must be footage of it. Where is it? Show us the pictures of this woman sprinting.
Get it. Get that footage, and then you'll go. All right? No bathroom breaks without my permission.
David Cameron, very famous former Prime Minister of England, said he didn't go to the bathroom intentionally ahead of meetings so that they would stay on task. That's where I'm at now. All right, Natalie Hart runs after cart. Is that the
Natalie, there's footage, I guess. Natalie runs after cart. We'll read some IMs. Lesbian Laura Ingram says her brother is a leftist. Where everywhere Natalie Stoner's brother was on the news and it was hilarious. Hope you can find those clips.
I'm seeing a photo. I don't see a video. If people have a video, you should tag me with it. But Emma's lost.
Hold on, we just gotta go back real quick. Just watch Emma's face as the photo comes up.
Photo. I don't see a video.
Do you see? She just loses it. The photo comes up and Emma just dies. Like she just like turns into a ghost.
Was on the news and it was hilarious. Hope you can find those clips.
I'm seeing a photo. I don't see a
Emma just goes full ghost. She's just done. She's like, you know what? Talking's not for me. I'm done. I'm just gonna cry.
Yeah, if people have a video, you should tag me with it. But Emma's lost.
It's golden. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think we do have audio though, and if you could get Emma on screen when I play this audio,
photos of the week.
we do have audio.
Striding like that. It's
and we have audio here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, she's you can tell from far away that she
Emma's literally crying over here. It's incredible. Honestly though, look at her. Both of her feet are off the ground. She is sprinting, dude. She is running as fast as she can humanly go. President's 4 carts ahead of her. You got a trailing of carts and other people walking normally. And like I said, if you look at this photo closely, you'll notice there's no one else running The girls don't see don't see. There's no group of girls running. It's just her. It's just her. Insane Bolt. That's Natalie. Olympic lunatic.
Smiling as she runs.
It's terrifying.
Unbelievable.
It's like Smile 3.
Meanwhile, Trump's like, what do you think, 5 iron or 6 iron?
Oh my god, that's real tears coming out of my eyes. I need a tissue. Oh my god. All right, go. You can. You can run. You can go now, Matt. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I can't believe that. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god.
It's my favorite picture of the week. It really, really is. And there's been some fascinating... Every single photo of her, she is smiling from ear to ear. She's still smiling in this photo while she is sprinting behind the president, living the dream. Where did I put this? I came up with this just for everybody. Just... If anybody doesn't know what this reference was about, okay, I did this for you because this clip, like, I couldn't find this clip on the internet, so I did this.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. George's wife, your mother. I'm so used to being George's assistant.
Kitty had been George Sr.'s fiercely loyal assistant for years.
Like, this is her. Am I wrong? She's sleeping in the fucking golf clubhouse so that she can run around, you know, jumping into the back of, an armored vehicle so that she can stay with him, like, you know, jumping in the food cart with him so that to go to the other plane. Like, this is her. She's constantly with him. She is Kitty. I swear to God.
There's someone else in that trailer,
I've done a
isn't there?
repulsive thing.
Oh, wait, whoa. It's Kitty? How long? When did
Come
this
on,
start?
come on. This is the first time.
Yeah, am I wrong? I can't. Come on, you can't. You can't tell me if you haven't seen Arrested Development. You're gonna have to watch it. I'm sorry for the spoilers, but I mean, after I saw this comparison, I can't get it out of my mind now. I can't get it out of my mind. She's absolutely Kitty. She's absolutely Kitty. There's just nothing. I cannot rid that thought from my mind now. She's just the lunatic assistant that is obsessed with the boss, with the emperor, and is hoping, you know, for something. I don't know exactly what her motives are, but she has a real obsession with the president. Doesn't seem healthy. Say goodbye to these, Michael.
Up here, Michael. Up here.
Kitty is real. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Kitty is real, and it's Natalie Harp. Speaking of people close to the president, let's go here to CNN from 2 days ago. Talk about the president's former lawyer. And no, I'm not talking about the Attorney General, Todd Blanche.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Nope, I'm talking about the president's former lawyer, Michael Cohen. Once turned witness against the president back to President Trump acolyte and pardon recipient hopeful.
Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's one-time lawyer and fixer whose testimony helped make his old boss a convicted felon, is now doing all he can to win back the president. This evening, he released a portion of a radio interview he did, kissing up over and over again with the guy he not too long ago called a racist and a con man. Cohen was the only person to serve prison time in connection with the president's multiple felonies. In 2018, he pleaded guilty to 8 criminal counts implicating the president in a payment scheme to silence women who claimed to have had affairs with Trump ahead of the 2016 election. Cohen did more than a year in federal prison, wrote 2 books about it, titled Disloyal and Revenge. Revenge's subtitle, by the way, is How Donald Trump Weaponized the U.S. Department of Justice Against His Critics.
Yeah, 2 books. I think he made millions on. Now he's going back to suckling the toes of the president, defending him in the media. It's fascinating how he has shifted tone so quickly when it suits him. It's almost like he's an opportunist.
Now it seems his former nemesis.
Piece of shit.
Quoting his post, after years of betrayal, heartbreak, fury, and silence, 2 men who once stood together against the world face the impossible question, can forgiveness resurrect what hatred destroyed? Well, he plugged the taped interview again on The Lead with CNN's Jake Tapper and followed up with this in the on-air run-up to his 6 p.m. broadcast on WABC Radio.
The president and I, over the course of the past 1 year, have seen each other 3 times. And during those meetings, they were emotional. They were familiar. Again, it's very tough to describe the feeling. We had a friendship for 15 years.
Very close friendship.
That was rocked by politics, by the weaponization of the Department of Justice. And interestingly enough, that's part of the conversation, that there may be no 2 people on this planet that have had the Justice Department weaponized against them more than Trump and I. There has not been 2 people maybe that have been put against one another, maybe, I don't know, since Andrew Jackson and Burr.
As I pointed out before, Andrew Jackson and Burr didn't do the thing that he thinks that they did. But it's fascinating how he went from selling books about how Trump had weaponized the Department of Justice to over here claiming that the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. What a flip-flop. What a flip-flop from Michael. It's a real piece of shit. Anything that suits him doesn't matter. He has no ethics. He has no, like ethical framework that he abides by, aside from whatever's good for Michael. The Machiavellian way of living.
How you doing, sir? Welcome.
Good.
Welcome.
Very good. Country is doing good.
Well, thanks to you, sir. So
Jesus
I want to go
Christ,
back
what a
to
sycophant.
2016 if we can, because you and I have obviously...
Thanks to you, sir. Listen to him. This guy used to be this, it was not that long ago when he was out there, criticizing the president. And then he's like, oh, president, the country's doing good thanks to you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
This is why around here we didn't really give much of Michael Cohen's bullshit any credence over the last couple of years, because I've always known that he was a fucking snake. I've always known this. I mean, this guy literally did crimes for the president. And now you're telling me, now the president's a bad guy? Oh, really, Michael? Huh. Weird. Is that because you yourself are facing crimes and, feel, like you gotta take this guy down with you a little bit? It's got absolutely nothing to do with any sort of concept of human dignity. I mean, it's disgusting how it debases himself. Oh, thank you to you, sir. A piece of shit. Anyways, he's looking for a pardon. We all know it, since Biden didn't give him one.
I'm staying in the race.
Michael's shopping for a pardon from the president. And he will do literally anything to get one. He will say and do literally anything to get one of those sweet, sweet pardons. All right. Now we got to talk about another person very close to the president and who it is that's going to replace them. Very quick clip here from Forbes breaking news from Friday evening on the tarmac. You can see Caroline Leavitt standing right next to the president, beaming as he talks about her replacement.
Maybe you. Maybe you.
Scott Jennings, sir.
Scott Jennings is good. That one right there. My friend from Iowa. But I don't know, maybe she doesn't want it. I don't know, maybe Margot. What do you think of Margot? Maybe Margot. Let's see, who do we have in this group?
Maybe Margot. And he said that. I was like, who in the shit is Margot? I had to look it up. Margot Martin. This woman, 31 years old, born in Dallas, Texas, who's apparently served as the White House communications advisor since 2025. Like, honestly, like this, when he said this, I realized just how insulated he really is. Like, and how many people there are around him that we don't even know about. Like, it was crazy to me as somebody who's been covering this stuff, like, and the president, like, nonstop, day in, day out, that I had no idea who this was. And that she's been there the whole time. This is Margot Martin. Apparently, she's a White House communications advisor since 2025, serving as an aide to the president. So, yeah, she might be one of the people Trump floating her name out there.
I will tell you this, and Caroline will tell you this. I have never had so many job applications in my life.
Yes, sir.
They all want that job. They love that job. She's made the job very glamorous.
She's made the job very glamorous. Caroline Leavitt, look at Caroline. She's like, yes. Anyway, Caroline's out in 8 days, 9 days, 8, whatever. How many days left now? Could be Scott Jennings, could be Margot Martin. Who knows? Honestly, I didn't even know Margot was an option. I didn't know she existed until I saw this clip. I was like, who? Margot Martin. Might have Eminem as the future. Get it? Margot Martin, Eminem? No? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Probably not funny. They can't all be winners. You know, every one of these space jokes that I do. You know, you can't be 100% win, you know. And this is a 8-hour nonstop broadcast, you know. To some degree, you're like, if I were a comedian, which I'm not, you're like my audience and my test audience. You have to hear the jokes both when they're fully fleshed and in their formative stages. Okay? It's when you think about it, it's got ups and downs. Pros and cons. Try better. Wow. Wow. I don't even know how to say that. You want jokes? Okay. Well, here's something I'm sure you'll find hilarious. Let's talk about anti-Semitism and AIPAC. That should be rife with comedy.
You are not funny.
There is no such thing as a Jewish lobby. There is an Israel lobby. That's the problem.
What makes the threat posed by the Israel lobby so different, so extraordinarily dangerous?
There's 9 billionaires who gave $1.7 billion into our political system since Citizens United. The motivating reason for their political engagement is to advance Israel's interests.
One of the things that happens whenever a war starts by Israel is that the Israeli military and the government start to say, how long will the United States give us?
I have to ask this question because it's relevant to my next question, which is, are you guys Jewish?
Yes.
The cover of this book, a lot of people in your community, in this country, will look at it and say, that's anti-Semitic. What would you, as the two Jewish co-authors of this book, say in response to that critique? AIPAC spent more than $30 million in the Michigan Senate primary race backing pro-Israel Senate candidate Haley Stevens, and she still lost to her progressive opponent Abdul El-Sayed. AIPAC also backed Detroit's incumbent House Representative Sri Thanadar, only for him to lose to Democratic Socialist candidate Donovan McKinney. This all begs the question, has the infamous American Israel Public Affairs Committee lost its mojo? To answer that, I'm joined by two guests who literally wrote the book on the Israel lobby's influence here in the United States. Eli Clifton and Ian Lustig are the authors of the new book, Israel's Lobby, which dives deep into Israel and its supporters' influence over the US government, the billionaires keeping the lights on in all of the various lobbying organizations, and how Americans foot the bill while Palestinians pay the price. It's a revelatory and very timely expose of AIPAC, and I'm joined now on set by the two authors themselves, co-founder and senior advisor at the Quincy Institute, Eli Clifton, and University of Pennsylvania political scientist Ian Lustig. Thank you both for joining me here at Mehdi Unfiltered. Congratulations on the book. You couldn't get more timely than this to have a book on AIPAC and the Israel lobby. Eli, you say in the book, the threats posed by Israel's lobby to American interests and freedoms are not ordinary. They are extraordinary and extraordinarily dangerous. Now, we have a lot of special interest groups in the USA that you could say are dangerous. The NRA, for example, comes to mind, Big Pharma. What makes the threat posed by the Israel lobby so different, so extraordinarily dangerous?
Well, I think most Americans are familiar with the idea that Israel's lobby is imposing a cost on us in terms of our security, our national interests in a geopolitical sense. That president after president has had their ambitions in the Middle East thwarted by Israel's lobby. And generally what that means is either presidents want to make the Israeli-Palestinian peace process accelerate, at least in many years ago that was what they wanted, or in more recent years it has been successive presidents from Obama to Biden to Trump all wanting to pivot to China and get out of the Middle East. And in every single case, this has been thwarted by the lobby. But that danger, I think, has changed a great deal in recent years. As the lobby is losing that public opinion battle, they've had to resort to more coercive measures to maintain the status quo policies. And what does that mean? That means attacking Americans' civil liberties at home. That means deporting green card holders who are simply critical of a foreign country. It means leveraging federal funds to universities to threaten universities for allowing criticism of Israel on their campuses. And it means, in some cases, going so far as driving people out of their professions, be it at universities or at hospitals.
Yes, we've been watching all of that in real time around here, it feels like. And AIPAC's and Israel's influence in American politics has been felt all too much by too many of us.
Take off this Israeli influence, and how much is it that the Israeli government knows it can, quote, go to the American Jews, go to lobby groups like AIPAC or whatever it is?
It has to do with the character of American democracy and a warning that George Washington, our first president, in his farewell address, made to the American people. He didn't just make it to his compatriots at that time. This was a warning to the whole country for as long as it was around. He said, look, the United States is comprised of factions, self-interested factions. In Madisonian democracy, the Constitution encourages everyone to mobilize on behalf of their own self-interest. The reason we can survive that is because every self-interest generates a countervailing self-interest, so that as a whole, we don't do really stupid things, to paraphrase him. But in foreign policy, George Washington said, we can't afford to have some group in our country with a passionate attachment to another country to mobilize on behalf of that country and then not have a countervailing power to check it. That would result in overseas entanglements, in wasteful wars, and in the distortions in our policies. So that's why Washington said we should limit our engagements abroad and agree that politics stops at the water's edge.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And
Do you take issue with the phrase Israel lobby? I think when the phrase Israel lobby is used, at least by people like Mehdi or anybody in this space, is referring to like AIPAC, DMFI, J Street, those things. Not some sort of like vague anti-Semitic thing, if that's what you're concerned about.
For multiple ethnic groups, minority groups in this country, there's an Armenian lobby, there's a Turkish lobby, there's a whatever it is. Why are we focused on the Israel lobby?
Well, it's actually, there are two lobbies that are like the Israel lobby. One is the Israel lobby, and another is the Cuba lobby. These small Armenian, Turkish, Italians, they don't really involve themselves in a way that determines massive amounts of American.
Well, the name of the book is Israel Lobby. Is it? I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm not as paying enough attention as I should be. There's so many things I'm thinking about. Like, certain details just kind of go outside my brain. And there's so many of you. You notice things that I don't notice, which is great, honestly. Oftentimes, like, I'll see you all chat about something and be like, oh, I didn't notice that. You know, it's like the collective attention of the space fams is certainly better than my one ADHD brain.
Resources haven't started wars for the United States in the areas. They're minor. But when you look at the way the United States has had policies over the years that are 3 standard deviations from the rest of the world, that means in statistical terms, impossible to explain through normal activities. Why is it that in Israel and with respect to Cuba, our policies are so weird? In Cuba, you have 2 countries in the world voting every year to boycott Cuba. That's the United States and Israel, the 2 countries that say boycotts are wrong. But on Cuba, they vote, the entire world votes against them. Then when it comes to settlements in the West Bank, the United States and Israel vote against them. Why is that? It's because those are the 2 issues that a sizable faction has been able to mobilize around for domestic political purposes. So when a president wants to do what he thinks is perhaps the right thing, to draw back from Israel or to actually open up to Cuba, his domestic political advisors say, yeah, that might be a good idea, but you're going to get killed politically for it, so you have to postpone it. And no.
Unfortunately, we have allowed, like George Washington warned, for this external money to influence the government. It is, twisting the policy goals of the nation. I'm going to skip way ahead just for time's sake here. I'm just looking for the right spot. Sorry. Honestly, these are the moments where I need like a second person. You know, when it's just me, I'm just like, ah, damn it. Where's the spot that I wanted? All right, there we go.
And I think in that sense, they are very much on the back foot.
And Donald Trump, to everyone's surprise, didn't win the Republican Party's nomination in 2016 by pandering to the pro-Israel lobby, I think it's fair to say. You say in the book, it is Donald Trump who, quote, showed that one could win the Republican nomination despite largely rejecting the pro-Israel talking points typically expected from presidential candidates from both parties. Although, then you look at Donald Trump today, the most pro-Israel president in American history, brags about taking tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson and others. It's been a full 180-degree shift on Trump's part.
That's right. He was an unusual candidate on the Israel issue. That's an understatement. But what I think what you're putting your finger on is that fundamentally for most Americans, Israel and the foreign policy issues in general don't matter very much. That's been a key element in AIPAC's success. They could tell a congressman or a senator from Montana or Idaho, sign on the dotted line, support the settlements or sign our petition. If you don't, we're going to primary you. And there are no Jews or no particular supporters of AIPAC in Montana, but they don't care about the issue. So the congressman can think, what am I going to do? I'm not going to benefit by opposing AIPAC, even if I don't agree with them, and nobody's going to even notice, but I am going to suffer tremendously if they primary.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic that he's pointed out there that has shifted over time, I think, right? Like he was saying, like, for a long time, they were able to get away with a lot of people not knowing or caring at all about the issue of Israel, especially, Christians who have no like cultural reasons to be interested in it and have no, so as long as Israel can stay out of the spotlight for those people, not a big deal. But as time has moved on, I feel like they've switched more and more to getting those people to embrace Israel on like weirdly religious grounds. Even though it's basically Israel's expressed intention to be a, religious ethno-state. But it's the support of those Christians in the United States that they need. So they've gotten them to sort of like, people like Mike Huckabee, to be talking about Judea and Samaria or whatever else, right? Like, it's unfortunate but real. Unfortunate but real. They have captured that audience by this deeply cynical strategy. Because it also, let's not forget, includes with it the Republicans, well, not the Republicans, the Christian nationalist types, embrace of the idea of Armageddon and like the apocalypse and all this shit, and the necessity of, what was it again, 2/3? I can't remember the number now. Like 2/3 of all Jews or something like that being annihilated in the place where the state of Israel currently exists, so that Jesus can come back or something. Let's just end it with this last.
I've got to ask you, what do we do about this lobby? Because I think liberals, leftists over the years have worked out how to tackle the NRA. There was a very successful campaign to defang the NRA. The NRA is not what it was 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago. Other lobbies have faced similar pushback. We now have new lobbies like crypto and AI playing huge roles in primaries. But if the next head of the DNC, the next Democratic president, the next House Majority Leader calls one of you and says, I want to stand up to this lobby, what should I do? Where do I start? What would you say to them?
I want to get Ian's answer to this, but I want to quickly get in there and say that I think we're getting there, and the lobby has done it to itself because of Gaza. And it has become toxic, and it has become high salience for a lot of voters in ways that Israel's lobby has never experienced. And in facing that, all they're able to do is to plow more money in to try to close that gap with, I think, what will be a growing number of losses. So it's not going well. The only other piece of advice I guess I could give is that much like the NRA, AIPAC, these are all just, word salads. But the point is there actually are real people behind this. There are people who are really giving this money. And that's something we try to do in this book, is talk about, that, hey, there's 9 billionaires who gave $1.7 billion into our political system since Citizens United. And that these people are very clear that the motivating reason for their political engagement is to advance Israel's interests.
I mean, Haim Saban is on the record saying, I'm a one-issue guy, and that issue is Israel.
Absolutely. And, and Sheldon Adelson talks about having regretted serving in the U.S. military in which he'd served in the IDF. It is not, these people do not hide their reasons for doing so. These are real people with faces and names and stories and statements. And we should treat it as that, which is, this is not the Jewish lobby. It's a small number of people at this point who are financing this.
I remember when Bill Ackman, after some of the Harvard rows after October the 7th, I think he did an interview with, if memory serves me correctly, New York Magazine. And he said, well, I'm in a WhatsApp with a bunch of billionaires and all we talk about is Israel. And if I had said that, that would sound like me echoing an anti-Semitic trope. But this was him bragging about it. Ian, what would you advise people to do if they want to push back against the pro-Israel lobby?
Well, first of all, yes, NRA, the organization, is weaker. But notice that the gun laws have not changed significantly.
Good point.
In other words, as the lobby becomes more like NRA, operating behind the scenes against the sentiments of public opinion, holding on to the necks of politicians with money and with influence, that struggle changes. One of the parts in Madisonian democracy, you're not going to win unless you mobilize against the interest. So that's what has to be done. It doesn't mean you mobilize on behalf of Palestinians. In this case, because the lobby is out to suppress debate and discussion, a crucial thing is to publicly talk about Israeli policies and about the problem of the Palestinians, and to force defenders of Israel to defend the policies of Israel instead of delegitimizing dissent by making false accusations of anti-Semitism.
Yes, indeed. Force supporters of Israel to support the actual policies, rather than to make these bogus claims of anti-Semitism ad nauseum. Which is what we've all been faced with. Well, let's move on from the impacts of AIPAC to a man who received hundreds of millions from a pro-Israeli individual. And of course, talking about Donald Trump. Received, I think, at least $200 million from Miriam Adelson in 2024 in his re-election campaign, and has been profiting from office inappropriately. Not just me saying it.
This could be rubbing off on the Republican Party. A pretty clear majority of the public think that it's inappropriate that Donald Trump and his family has profited from these cryptocurrency deals in recent years. It appears that only about a quarter or a third of Republicans said that this was inappropriate. And I think that some of the...
Yep, basically everyone. 63% of all adults, 92% of Democrats think it's inappropriate that Donald Trump is earning money from cryptocurrency. Same thing for his family. Yep. Took in record amounts of money to get elected. And is taking in record amounts of money and enriching himself as his presidency drags on into year 3 is actually coming up pretty soon. I know it's crazy to think. But what is it? 4 months? Right? September, October, November. Yeah. A little more than that. 4.5 months or something like that. Maybe 5. I guess, yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself. It feels closer than it is. I'm thinking it's actually... Initially, I thought it was January 1st, but then I remember it's technically January 20th. So yeah, it's like 5 months, or something like that. Ugh. We're almost halfway through. We're getting there. It's been terrible. I feel genuinely older as a result of all of this shit from the last year. It really has broken me inside just a little bit. Add in the whole YouTube debacle. It's been it's been it's been real messed up. All right, let's talk more about the billionaires who've been enriching themselves, profiting. Oh wait, no, I'm way ahead of myself. What am I talking about? Sorry, why am I looking at that? Jesus Christ. Right, okay. So Trump has been enriching himself in all sorts of horrible ways. Simultaneously, the Supreme Court has been helping him out with that at every turn. And on the latest illegal act, the Supreme Court has ruled that President Trump can go right ahead and continue building that Epstein ballroom at the White House.
Are you reacting to that ballroom, sir?
Yeah.
Do you guarantee that no tax money will be used in the construction of the ballroom?
You know, we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the ballroom, and it's all from people like me and great companies that are putting it up. It's going to be close to $400 million, and it's all paid for by patriots and patriotic companies.
It's all paid for by patriots. Yes, right. All paid for by patriots, says the president. Which we know is not true. But the Supreme Court's allowing him to go ahead after a federal district judge blocked the construction. Supreme Court's like, nah, it's fine. Dude, they just keep doing it. Just keep doing what you're doing, sir. Now, of course, the White House keeps turning more and more into Mar-a-Lago. Somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and Versailles. Of course, the Rose Garden, which is now just a cement patio with a few rose plants, also has a golden sign. Same for the Presidential Walk of Shame. All the gold filigree and accoutrement adorning the walls, which President Trump may have put there himself.
Instead of adding new roses, President Donald Trump's White House Rose Garden is growing statues.
How much do you want to bet that President Trump appears in this garden? At some point between now and 2028, they unveil a golden statue of President Trump. Am I wrong? That's happening. That is happening any day now. Just keep your eye out for it.
Placing the plush lawn with a white stone patio, Trump installed sculptures of some of America's founders in the garden just off the Oval Office. The latest addition, a bronze depiction of a seated Thomas Jefferson signing the Declaration of Independence.
Anyway, we don't need this whole clip. This is the only reason why I watched this is because I know for a fact President Trump is going to appear in this fucking garden. But that's the whole reason this is happening. It has nothing to do with his love of the presidents. It's all a guise for him to talk about himself. Right? There'll be like a statue of Joe Biden with poop on his face And there'll be a president of Donald Trump pooping on him. Or something like that. It'll be it'll be golden and gleaming in the sunlight, and it'll be a real testament to how shitty this country has gotten. I can almost guarantee you that they are going to try and put up a Trump statue in that fucking thing. There isn't one yet, from what I understand. They have had the restraint to just put up old presidents, old dead presidents. But, they are Trump. Now that that's there, President Trump is going to be walking through that thing all the time and going, missing something here. You know it's going to happen. Don't kid yourself. That lunatic is absolutely going to do that. Speaking of statues, of course, the president is still hoping to demolish the Statue of Liberty. Or at least he did make, the president's lawyers did make that argument in court. As it comes, as a, what do you call it? As an example of what the president could do vis-a-vis the White House.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome to the program Priya Jain. She is the chair of the Heritage Conservation Committee of the Nonprofit Society of Architectural Historians, an associate professor of architecture at Texas A&M University. I'm sorry, is it Priya or Priya? I just asked you. Priya. I'm sorry. I'm very bad at that. Priya, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us, we got a phone call a couple of weeks ago about Section 106. Section 106 of what?
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you got a phone call, because this is something that matters to the people. And I think that is why they're calling in to shows like yours. So let's back up and talk about what Section 106, right? So it's a section within an act that was passed by Congress in 1966, which is called the National Historic Preservation Act. And so it's a congressionally passed act, and this is a section within that act that tells the federal government how to deal with historic properties in all of their undertakings. If they're building a bridge, if they're building a new highway, and they encounter properties that are significant in American history, how they should deal with them.
And so in practice, what is that meant over, I guess, the 60 years or so that this has been in effect?
That's right. So it is poignant that this is the 60th anniversary and America's 250th. And it's kind of a weird time, to actually entirely decimate this law that has been in place for a very long time and has been very effective in stewardship of our country's, national treasures. So I want to back up just a little bit and say, why this act needed to be passed by Congress in the first place in the 1960s. And that was because until that time, the U.S. didn't actually have a comprehensive method of, of preserving our historic places. There were some piecemeal efforts here and there, and that had result, and they were not effective. And what that had meant was that after World War II, because of urban renewal, because of a lot of new kind of building in the core of American cities, a lot of historic neighborhoods were completely destroyed. And there was this kind of collective alarm within the country that something needed to be done. We could.
Yeah. However, the president and his minions have gone into the Supreme Court and argued that this is a meaningless act and that he could literally bulldoze the Statue of Liberty and get away with it. Same thing for the White House, as we've seen. He's literally done that. Bulldoze the third of it, because now he's going to build a testament to Versailles or something. Jeffrey Epstein, I guess.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
People like Priya are doing everything they can to continue to protect our historic monuments. But the president and his goons are continuing to wage a war against them. Especially the ones that represent anything woke, like, I don't know, immigrants, black people, women, stuff like that. Giselle, are you going to cover, or have you covered the Madeline Somerville apology to Hassan? I have not covered that. No, I probably won't. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe on a Sunday Fun Day, you might get lucky. A brief covering, but, you know, that falls deeply under drama content. Like, I honestly, I don't even know who the hell Madeline Somerville is. I know what you're talking about. I know vaguely what you're talking about, but like I can't even like pin down what she is important for. Like, why do I care about that woman? I can't tell you, or why I'm supposed to. Like, I'm just completely unfamiliar with her, and I know I saw a clip. I think it was either Hassan or like a Hassan Daily type of YouTube clip channel. It was like, Madeline apologizes to Hassan! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation. I'm like, I don't know who this person is and why they're apologizing to Hassan. But you know who deserves an apology? The American people. You know?
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Not from Hassan or from Natalie. From the goddamn president. Got a $40 trillion debt. Employment going
President Trump
the wrong direction. Inflation also going the wrong direction. Waging a war that nobody asked for. Doing this White House renovation that nobody asked for. Thankfully, we've got one guy with all the numbers.
Holy Toledo!
Harry Emden.
Into Washington on the promise of cleaning up the swamp. Cleaning up the swamp. Well, the American people say he is failing at doing so, and increasingly so. Look at these numbers right here. Okay, disapprove of Trump on corruption. You obviously want that number to be south of 50%. It was south of 50% at the beginning of Trump's second term. Look at that, 43%. But now, up like a rocket. We're talking nearly 3 in 5 Americans, 59% disapprove of the job that Donald Trump is doing on corruption. Among independents, it's the exact same trend line. It was south of 50% at the beginning of his second term, 48%. Now it's nearly 2 in 3. The American people are increasingly believing that Donald Trump is not the person to clean up the swamp. If anything, he is now a member of the swamp, and you can see it right here. His disapproval ratings on corruption, something he had promised coming into term number 2, not where you want to be. The majority of Americans think, in fact, they disapprove.
So what is it that has sort of turned them, made them see this very clearly? Because that is a very clear number there, that they think he is the swamp.
Yes, they think he is the swamp. They think he is part of that corrupt swamp. Why is it? Well, it has everything to do with his actions. Say Trump's business interests influence his decisions as president. A very not nice 69% of Americans overall say that Trump's business interests influence his decisions as president. Even 48% of Republicans, 48% of
Okay, we can't look at all. We don't need all these polls. I think we already looked at that one. But yeah, people are not pleased with President Trump's corruption. And what you will be shocked, though, on is the fact that now Democrats are more trusted than Republicans on the topic of corruption.
On corruption. The Republican Party can't run on corruption like they might have been able to in past cycles. Party trusted more on corruption. In August of 2025, just a year ago, the Republican Party was more trusted by 8 points. Now,
The tide is changing. See, we're doing stuff with water here. The tide is changing. Now the Democratic Party is more trusted on corruption by 4 points.
Yes, indeed, 12-point swing in a year on who is more trusted on corruption. From Republicans to Democrats, all of a sudden. Like I've been saying, the more numbers that I see, the more that I am certain that the general should be a fairly easy win, especially now that we have people who have actual policy positions on things, who don't, many more people who don't support the genocide in Gaza and things like that. I honestly think that will be a motivating factor for people to get out and vote, including the independents. There's a bunch of independents out there. I can't say exactly how many people who have left the Democratic Party or never became Democrats, especially young people, right? Think about all the young people who were protesting Gaza, like Israel and Gaza, Biden, right? Columbia and all these other universities and colleges across the country, or protesting at the DNC. Kids who were literally in college, and or the people that were going into college who hadn't voted yet, hadn't registered to vote yet, and decided not to vote Democrat. Decided not to register Democrat and are probably independent. I don't know how many millions of people that is, but it probably is literally millions. I would guess it's at least something like 2 million. I'm just like disenfranchised younger voters who watched all that shit happen, who are either not old enough to vote at that point and have since not invested in the political process because of that, have stayed unaffiliated. That was one of the big things, especially for the younger people, right? Affordability, of course, was another issue, but Gaza, Palestine was a huge issue internally within the Democratic Party that was being ignored. You can't forget that the sands are like always shifting, right? There's like a new generation always coming up, and they completely spat in the face of that generation, right? Remember?
I'm staying in the race.
Remember all that? Now, though, we got a bunch of people who are outwardly supporting Block the Bombs Act, calling it a genocide, saying we need to end all funding to Israel, and all these other things. That's something to vote for. It's not just a vote against election, which is a really easy argument to make here in 2026, but it's a vote for. Vote for and vote against. It's a double whammy.
Of debt, as Johnny B. put it, the American people very much do not like the direction that President Trump is taking when it comes to government spending. Look, his numbers have always been not so great on this, but now they're just downright awful. Trump's net approval rating on government spending, you go back to term number 1 at this point, he was 12 points underwater, not too hot to try. But look at this, 34 points underwater. His disapproval rating, 34 points higher than his approval rating, going way down there into the Hudson River. And look at this, among independents, it's minus 58 points among independents, minus 58.
Wow, Trump is hemorrhaging support. He is hemorrhaging support across all demographics at this point. Look at him go. Even on government spending. The thing that Republicans claim to be the party of responsible government spending. People don't seem to think he's being very responsible. Of course, Donald Trump brought Elon Musk into the government and put him at the head of an idiotic agency called Doge.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
So maybe government efficiency has improved in the minds of voters.
Might be what is driving this? What is driving this? Say most government spending is wasteful and inefficient. You know, you go back to March of 2025, it was 57%. That's a pretty high number. But you think that's high? Rocking it up. Now we're talking about 3 in 4 Americans. We got these numbers just after the Iran war started. We're talking 75%, 3 in 4 say most government spending.
Wow, 75% of people think that this government is wasteful and inefficient, according to Fox News polling. Wow. Fascinating. Inefficient and wasteful, say the people. Who could have guessed? I wonder how those statues in the White House building project are faring in the polls.
Net satisfaction of Trump's D.C. building projects. Look at this, 33 points underwater. You can't really get worse than that. That is, the dissatisfaction is 33 points higher than the satisfaction rating there. How about among independents? You think that 33 points is low? How about this? Into the Potomac River we go. Minus 52 points with independents. Americans want no part of these D.C. renovation building projects.
Even those statues at the White House are very unpopular, according to the numbers. Oh, God. Horrible. Well, that's going to be it on the U.S. news for this evening. Perfect time for us to take a quick galactic intermission, 4 hours into the stream. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, like button. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Oh, your support is what we depend on, rely on, to get through every month. Really is a month-to-month situation here. We still have to raise over $400 between now and September 1st. That's like $50 a day. In places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Whoa. Excuse me. Patreon. Where for just a few Earth dollars a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits. Things like an avatar on one of our break screens, shout out at the end of every show, and much, much more. And in fact, I'm in process of trying to improve that. Hopefully, as we get out of the hole, as it seems like we're slowly doing, even though things look bleak right now, being back monetized on YouTube is already, I think, to some degree, going to help us out. I think it's going to be a multi-month process to get things re-stabilized around here. Yeah, so just a reminder, everybody, we are completely funded by viewers like you. Every dollar helps. No donation is too small. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. everybody. We're back. That's right, the break is over, and the second half of the stream is about to begin. So you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you might miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people, we are back. Sasha G, the sweet gift. 5 YouTube memberships to the community. Becky D, Chuck Baker, Chris Missile, Lisser, and Sassy Sassa. All getting one of those sweet gifts, subs, membies, whatever they're called. Gift memberships. Thank you very much, Sasha. Incredibly generous of you. The Galactic News Network continues to grow. At some point, we're going to have to address getting more emotes. That's another discussion for another day. We have to get the galactic deficit right before we start talking about that kind of thing. But at some point, we could start working back towards more emotes. The more members we have, the more green names in the chat. Emotes that were allowed, and I've still got emotes. Been waiting for a long time. We had some, we really had some serious headwinds on all of that, vis-a-vis being demonetized twice. It's kind of put a real damper on that. We actually have quite a lot of emotes, but I still think we can do way better than that. I still think we can get more. I think we can get more emotes. And once we get the slot, we have the slot forever, as long as I fill it. We can change it. But it's like a rolling count on memberships. Let's see. All right, yeah, let's start here. Get us started on second half. Start in Hawaii. Hurricane Lala hit last weekend, bringing great devastation to the island, unfortunately, and over 10,000 people were at one point without power. I think still potentially without power at this point. I think it may have been nearly 20,000. But things are not good. Another storm is currently heading in the direction of the state, and they're just trying to get a sense of the damage from this last storm. Start here with Hawaii news now from 16 hours ago.
Also new tonight, the world's first coral reef insurance policy is paying a claim for Hurricane Lala. Our Ben Gutierrez is here to tell us how it works and who gets the money.
You can buy insurance for your car or for your home, but Hawaii's coral reefs have actually been insured against damage from hurricanes and tropical storms. And for the first time, a hurricane has triggered a payout from that insurance policy.
The Nature Conservancy, a global nonprofit, purchased the $2 million policy 4 years ago with support from philanthropists for an undisclosed price. It's the first coral reef insurance policy in the U.S.
So we actually worked with an insurance broker to develop a policy.
Yes, that's right. Environmental activists and nonprofit conservancy work to ensure a coral reef, an insurance plan which was actually triggered as a result of this last storm, which is going to now pay out, I guess. If you told me this like a couple of decades ago that we were going to need insurance policies on coral reefs, I would have thought you were crazy. But that's the system that we, and the situation that we have right now. I was thrilled to hear that it actually had paid out, but I am assuming that the damage must have been rather severe. So it's probably sort of kind of a, what do you call it? It's like a win-lose. Like knowing that, you know, we could be doing these things to protect. Although, you know, these guys are going to start doing weird shit with this, just like you do with home insurance. But I guess my point is like, it was just good to see a small W on this. Could be testing grounds for more of this sort of thing. Although the reason for it's, of course, bad. But hopefully that money will go to protecting the, and rebuilding this reef. Now, let's go here to the damage on land. Community mourning after community sites and homes are destroyed.
Authorities in Ka'u have so far identified 69 sets of human remains exposed by Lala's extreme flooding in Naalehu.
There's also a heartbreaking scene in nearby Waiohinu where the powerful storm damaged a beloved church and its graveyard. Anthony Ferreira takes us there.
It's just so sad. I just had to compose myself and ask the Lord for strength.
A place of worship is now nearly unrecognizable.
Like 100 times worse than the March Konalo storm. The whole church campus is just covered deep with boulders, debris, mud.
Debbie Wong Ewan is the kahu, or pastor, at Ka'uaha'au Congregational Church in Waiohinu. Last Saturday, all of the rain unleashed by Hurricane Lala devastated this property like so many others.
The glass doors into the sanctuary, that was just blown out. And you can just see the chairs inside of the sanctuary just all toppled over.
And outside?
Just a horror. Oh my God. Oh, it's literally a horror. A graveyard completely upended by a storm. Supposedly 69 different human remains were exposed as a result of this here. Oh, jeez, it's just terrible. Meanwhile, people's homes were also damaged by these floods and winds.
Turning now to Maui, a family of 5 is displaced after Lala destroyed their multi-generational home. The Maldonados had to run outside in the middle of the storm when their house in Haiku started to collapse. Our Chelsea Davis has their story.
11-month-old Dusty Lou won't know what it's like to grow up in her great-grandfather's home on Avalao Road in Haiku. The family of 5 was sheltering inside when Hurricane Lala passed south of the state Saturday night.
We seen the pine trees start laying down like us, and then all of a sudden the thing came through and the whole garage kind of lifted up like 4 or 5 inches. So then we was me and my father would look at each other. It was like, I think it's time we get out of here.
It wasn't long before the winds ripped the roof right off the house and the ceiling came crashing down.
I was literally holding up the ceiling and my wife was grabbing things, grab the kids, get out of the house. The ceiling went falling. And then we was coming, all this kitchen ceiling started falling in.
As soon as they ran outside in the middle of the storm, their bedroom windows blew. Glass shattered into Dusty Lou's playpen, where she was just moments earlier. Thankfully, no one was injured.
You just feel so vulnerable. You don't even know, it's like, oh, what I go.
Yeah. Thankfully, family got out safe here. That little girl is so cute. She's going to town on this cookie over here. So young, she has no idea what she's gone through. I wish I was that innocent still. That little boy looks like he's at least old enough to know that this situation's pretty fucked. God. Seeing so much devastation this summer from storms and fires, and the storms are just ramping up right now. Speaking of storms ramping up, there's another freaking storm heading to Hawaii right now. Tropical storm Moke.
Moke started off as a tropical depression this morning, but now a tropical storm. You see more organization. There's the center of the system, and it's this top half we're worried about into the next couple of days. Even though the cone of uncertainty stays well south of us, that top half of the storm could be impacting us.
Yeah, and if you look at the way this storm is, there's two different red zones. So something weird could happen. I think something very weird could happen here. For now, what people are predicting, like Hawaii News Now is here and whatever else, they think that it's just going to be this green top that's going to go across the islands. But so I think something very weird could happen here. You've got these two different red centers, it's like almost two different centers in this storm. Do you see what I mean? It's kind of disjunct. And if they somehow combine in the middle, all of a sudden, I think the trajectory could suddenly change. I'm not a meteorologist, and hopefully that doesn't happen. But even without that, right? Even without that being the case, I'm very worried about what this means for Hawaii right now, with everybody already out of power. And this storm barreling down on them. Not good. Got ultra warm waters because of the El Nino.
Meanwhile, Hawaiian Electric says it expects to restore nearly all impacted customers on Hawaii Island today, except for customers in remote and severely damaged areas. Currently, 11,290 are still in the dark. Teams from the continent are providing additional manpower to...
That's right, 11,000 people are still without power, and there's another storm coming right now. It's a fucking disaster. Meanwhile, with another storm barreling down, the National Guard is wrapping it up on storm recovery with 11,000 people. Just think about this for a second. With 11,000 people still without power, the National Guard's wrapping up their storm recovery efforts on Oahu and Kauai.
At 10, the Hawaii National Guard has ended its storm deployments on Kauai and Oahu.
At the peak, 250 soldiers and airmen were activated for high water rescues.
Honestly, it seems like a really weird time to suddenly leave when there's another storm coming. Why not just sort of just stay in place? Right? Am I wrong? Am I the crazy one for thinking just stay in place? Because we got another storm coming immediately? Rather than, oh, we're good, we did it, yay. No, there's some, like, literally another storm is like right around the corner. Why leave? Why would you leave? Waste of resources. Oh, it just feels like they're abandoning the freaking, like, they're like abandoning the islands right now. It's like, dude, why are you leaving? They're gonna need help. Did somebody say that one of the Democrats wanted to take Thanksgiving away? Yeah, it's stupid. It was a stupid nonsense attack ad. Yes, good point. The troops are too busy fighting Operation Epstein Fury right now. Or protecting the border, or Washington, D.C. They're all protecting the Memorial Reflecting Pool, and things like that. Too busy to help us with anything actually National Guard related. Christmas season has begun. Oh, God. Please, no. Can we wait? Can we please wait? Okay, let's move to the mainland. Talk about the wildfire season that we've had so far in some of the western states. According to the fire chief, never before seen fire behavior in Washington. Here's King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
The 3 fires burning around Spokane are 97% contained, and as the firefight scales back, crews are reflecting on what worked. One of the fires, Autumn Lane, stretched north of Spokane into Stevens County. The fire chief there says crews were trained to move quickly from house to house, protecting homes in the fire's path. He says this tactic helped protect homes, slowed the fires down, and save lives.
We got nobody injured, nobody killed, thank God. Neither civilian or firefighter in either of those capacities. So training, tenacity, dedication won the war. We lost a couple battles, but we won the war.
Hundreds of homes burned in the Spokane wildfires. Only 7 of those were in Stevens County.
Okay.
This year is projected to be the most expensive year ever for fighting wildfires here in Utah. As News Specialist Daniel Woodruff reports, the costs are mounting and some fires are still burning out there.
Yeah. So Washington State, Oregon, both basically having historic wildfire seasons this year. Both in size and now in cost. As well for Utah. It's like all 3 of these states, actually. I take it back. Yeah. Sorry, this was Utah. I forgot. This is not Oregon. This is Utah. But Oregon's the same thing. Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Nebraska. There's like at least 5 states that have had near historic wildfire seasons. And yeah, the costs are piling up. Here, we'll listen to a little bit more of this. Screw it.
The Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Land says the cost of fighting all wildfires in Utah this year for all agencies is on track to reach $300 million.
$300 million would be a historic year for Utah.
Wade Snyder, deputy fire manager, says last year was the next closest in terms.
So, 2 historic years. The closest to this year is last year, which was apparently the other historic year. Do you see the trend? Things are just getting worse every year. This is not natural. This is not natural. Meanwhile, fires continue to burn across Washington, Oregon, Utah, I think Montana, Canada, BC, Alberta, I think both have some wildfires still going right now. And of course, this week we also had a culmination of the drought with Lake Mead hitting historic lows.
Now to our ongoing series, Running Dry, as Arizona's water future is facing a new challenge. The country's 2 largest reservoirs have fallen to historic lows.
That could lead to deeper water cuts and create new problems for Arizona's power supply. 12 News journalist Maria Stobbs is here with us in studio to explain.
Mark Ribe, Arizona is already preparing for less Colorado River water, but with Lake Powell and Lake Mead at historic lows, experts say the bigger question is how much water will we have and how will we make up the difference?
Yes, how much water will Arizona have and how will they make up the difference? It's a great question. Same thing technically goes for power. But how? We have the National Guard deployed in so many places. Yes, exactly. We have deployed in a lot of places, but they're not helping with the natural disaster efforts. And FEMA's just sitting on their hands until Mark Wayne Mullins tells them to do something. I mean, it's a fucking shit show. Yeah, and while the West is running out of water, new testing of water near a plant explosion in Louisiana is showing that they are filled with forever chemicals.
Tomorrow afternoon, on the year anniversary of that huge explosion and fire in Roseland at the Smitty's plant, new environmental testing results will be presented at a town hall meeting. Meg Ferris was given a first look at the independent findings and explains what they mean.
A year ago, 1,000 residents of Roseland in Tangipahoa Parish found themselves being showered by ashes, thick black soot, and chemicals. It came from the explosions and fire at Smitty's Supply, Inc., a major manufacturer and distributor of motor lubricants, oils, and fluids. For the last year, Scott Smith, an independent testing expert, traveled from the Northeast to see how the soil, air, and water are being affected. Today, he gave us new results. What did you find?
PFAS, dioxins, and the forever chemicals. They stay in the environment literally forever, and they build up in your body and accumulate over time.
Yep. This small Louisiana town is now completely infected by forever chemicals as a result of a plant explosion. 1 year after, they are just living amongst the forever chemicals. Walking, swimming, breathing amongst them, basically just sort of, it's It's like living in a forever chemical plant or something, basically. All right, I don't know if that's actually the science of it, but
It's science.
but they are they are completely fucked, and something needs to be done there. I shouldn't be laughing. It's just so crazy how how much damage we have done to the environment. And it's like, I know that to some degree people are aware of it. They know it's a problem. But they see it as being too big for them to solve, and they completely kind of ignore it. And then put into power people who literally want to continue ignoring it. Like, if you're going to ignore it, right? Like, at least let other people who care about these things deal with this. Because holy shit. Ah. Because now we have an EPA that's just like, nah, it's fine. Let them live in the forever chemicals, right? Like 1 year later, they've all been living in breathing this shit in for over a year. Dude, I mean, at this point, you evacuate that fucking town. That shit is done. I am sorry. We need to give them new homes somewhere. Relocation. You can't undo the forever chemical thing. That's the thing about it. It's forever. It takes I mean, it's not like there are some things you can do, but we're talking about like decades and decades of effort required to solve these things. Meanwhile, it's unlivable. It is unsafe to live there. Like, you're gonna get cancer.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Meanwhile, the recovery effort up in Indiana drags on, with some people being told that they will not be seeing electricity until September.
A what now?
Put your drum up.
Those storms hitting as tens of thousands of people in northwest Indiana are going on a week and a half without power. Now, Indiana Governor Mike Braun asking the federal government to issue a major disaster declaration to help with relief efforts across the state.
And that request estimates property damage between $550 million and more than $5 billion. Indiana's congressional delegation urging President Trump to support the declaration. In the meantime, people living in northwest Indiana are now suing NIPSCO over the slow progress in getting the power back on to thousands.
Now, take a look. You can see the situation is still dire with severe outages in Lake and Porter counties. We have team coverage starting with ABC 7's Gabe Ferris in Portage tonight.
Some of the homes on this block in Portage have their power back on tonight, but for so many here, the cleanup is just beginning. The debris on this road is piled feet high. Tonight, the cleanup continues after that devastating storm ripped through northwest Indiana 10 days ago.
This was a system or stem system failure on this tree with an uprooting situation.
Bruce Thibodeau organizing the removal of this 40,000-pound tree in Gary. His company agreeing to bill the insurance company directly after the homeowners were first told they'd have to foot the bill.
If you've got insurance, it should absolutely be your insurance responsibility to cover it. They shouldn't be paying out of their pockets.
And today, a group of NIPSCO customers filing a class action lawsuit in Porter County, alleging the company failed to remove hazardous trees and vegetation before the storm.
So much damage was done, so many consumers were harmed, but it doesn't mean that the lawsuit is going to succeed.
ABC 7 chief legal analyst Gil Sofer saying the defendants have an uphill battle.
Yeah, but suffice to say, people are pissed enough to have engaged legal counsel in this matter. People are very upset. Still waiting for power for thousands.
Another layer of issues, all due to these power outages. Now, people living in the Woods Park subdivision of Gary say they just got a new sewer system installed, but it needs power to work. It's causing pipes to back up and flood some yards. Portable bathrooms and showers have been set up as the city works to get things back online, but some residents say those efforts aren't enough.
For myself, I'm an amputee,
And like we say, we appreciate the porta potties and everything they have, but as far as being handicapped, I cannot get into it because they're not handicap accessible.
Meantime, other people in Gary are resorting to living outside in tents as they wait for their power to be restored.
I have an ICDC, a defibrillator implant. I call 911. They say either go to the hospital. Hospital is only taking emergency. No power, no heart machine works.
Do you feel forgotten about?
Yeah, very much so. You know, it all depends on, big ones, little ones.
Yeah, I don't think anybody blames her for feeling a little forgotten about while she sits outside of her tent in the street. Without power or running water, any of the things you might need to be a human. Especially people like that have health conditions. That one woman said that she's an amputee. She's got a pacemaker or something like that. I mean, Jesus Christ. Just horrible.
Some of the tens of thousands of people still without power in Northwest Indiana are now filing a class action lawsuit against the state's public service utility company. The suit claims that the company did not properly manage vegetation in and around power lines. Earlier this month,
hold on.
Properly manage vegetation in and around power lines.
Sorry, I forgot. We don't need this whole clip.
Power back until Tuesday. Gary, Indiana resident Timmy Shelton joins us now. Timmy, I understand that you've been without power now for a few days. How's it going out there?
Yeah, it's been about 12 days to be exact. This was such a random, inevitable disaster. And, 12 days without power is insane. We've gone without for such a long time. We had to throw the food out of the refrigerator on about day 3. And, we just been having to maneuver.
Yeah, Timmy, I'd like to ask you, how are you getting the things you need? And what do you need to see from officials right now that you're not seeing?
Well, seeing that there's no power, the only thing we have is our phones, but we can't charge our phones unless we're in the car. And, we've taken turns. It's 5 kids that live here. My lady lives here. We're taking turns charging our phones. How we've been getting by, we've been, getting takeout around it on maybe the surrounding areas that are open. And there's been a lot of giveaways in Gary. It's been about 50 giveaways so far, so we've been taking advantage of that.
Timmy, I unfortunately have been in your situation. I grew up in Miami, and so we had storms, and for weeks we were without power. But I know that also brings water problems as well. So what's going on with water for you?
Gary is one of the most cleanest tap waters ever, but lately I've been scared to drink it because it just smells weird, and I don't want to be putting that in my body with the power outage that we have. So we've been kind of, the giveaways, they've been giving away water, supplies, flashlights, little portable fans and little snacks and, hot food and things. So we've been really taking advantage of that.
What do you...
Yep, people like this guy and his family are being forced to take advantage of giveaway programs so that they can eat and have water while they continue, as thousands of others do, to go without power. Some people cooking the old-fashioned way, like this guy. Where is he? This guy, yeah.
These are all the things that people take for granted. The basic things as far as like power, taking a shower, flushing your toilet, anything of that nature like that. So we really under siege, and I hope they just take care of the situation.
They say
This guy right here He was ready. You know, he's clearly had. You can look at his grill. You can see this thing. This is not a new grill. He's had this thing. He's been ready for this moment. And now it's his time to shine. He's got the grill. Fill it up with charcoal. Let's make food. Yes.
These are all the things that people take for granted. The basic things as far as like power, taking a shower, flushing under siege, and I hope they just take care of the situation.
They say we probably won't have no power back on until about the 12th of September. And that is too long for anybody to be without power. Ridiculous. And all the stores.
Did you all hear her just now? This woman just said that she was told that they're going to have to wait until the 12th of September. One more time, ma'am.
Just take care of the situation.
They say we probably won't have no power back on until about the 12th of September.
That is nonsense. What are you talking about? It's August 23rd. September 12th? That's 3 weeks. That is 3 weeks from now. That is 3 freaking weeks from now. That is unacceptable. You think people can live for 3 weeks? How are you supposed to... What? 3 weeks? This is what I'm talking about. As I was saying at the beginning of this, it was from that quote from that woman. I was like, holy shit, some people are being told 3 weeks for power? You gotta be kidding me. It's already been over a week. Now it's gonna be a full month for some people? A full month? How are you supposed to survive? They need to just, like, stick everybody in hotels or something if it's gonna take that long. I mean, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, ridiculous. Okay. Now, it's not just Hawaii and Indiana who've been dealing with floods this week. Much of the Midwest was hit. Same thing for the tri-state area. People in Queens are asking the city for help, as they too had some serious flooding. Flooding that's becoming more and more recurring. Here's, what is this? CBS New York? Yeah.
Yesterday, it killed me because we just cleaned up the whole floor. The water was up to here on me in my house.
Right now at 5:30, a new month, another storm, and the same old problem. A Queens community says more needs to be done to protect their homes from flooding.
Oh, it's so black. It's so black. Look at it. Oh my God. It's like inky blackness. Oh. It's just like, it's like a horror movie. It is disgusting. I don't want to get anywhere close to that water. Screw you. Screw you with your stupid water.
Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson.
Welcome back. I'm Jessica Moore. Homeowners in Queens say their homes get flooded every single time heavy storms hit, and last night was no different.
And they tell us that they have been asking the city for help. Alice Gaynor went to Woodside to check it out.
Here it comes again. One resident gave us these pictures and videos of a flooded 48 Ave between 67 and 66 streets in Woodside, Queens during heavy rain Thursday.
Pump is still there pumping.
On Friday, the cleanup begins yet again.
It's disgusting. It's sewer water, and nobody wants to help.
Marianne Maraggiolio spoke with us last month when floodwaters destroyed her floors, appliances, and other parts of the home.
It was actually up to here.
She's lived in the house for more than 60 years and says they used to experience flooding about once a decade. But she's been sounding the alarm since Hurricane Ida flooded her home in 2021 and another smaller storm ruined her garage in 2022. The two neighbors to her left tell us they also experience constant flooding. They did not want to appear on camera, but one told me he even constructed a small brick wall around the stairs leading to the basement.
Yes, indeed. Floods in New York are getting worse and worse. We've talked about this concern. That's just going to get worse as climate change gets worse and as the, polar ice caps continue to melt. Things like that are going to contribute to this. It's just going to become more and more frequent, and you're going to have people building things like this. Little flood blockers for the stairs. Yeah. Fact is that there needs to be huge investment to protect New York and not just Manhattan, right? Like the whole thing. Because I mean, the whole, from like, Coney Island all the way up, to Queens here, and like all of these neighborhoods are part of what is effectively like why can't I think of the freaking word right now? Oh God. It's like a former, oh my God. I can't do words right now. The point is like, all this stuff is like right on like, the ocean. And, there's old canals and all sorts of other things, estuaries that wrap their way through all of this stuff. And so as climate change gets worse, as the oceans rise, all of this region, the entire East Coast is going to have to, we've talked about it. I mean, but New York is big time number one. It's got to do with something about this like yesterday. And there's like a couple little projects, and by little I mean multi-billion-dollar projects that cover like a few blocks. But there really needs to be a lot more building that needs to be done to shore up flood prevention. And it's just going to be so crazy expensive to actually do it right. The Gowanus Canal is mostly sewer water. That's true. It's improving, though. Oh, I just want to say thank you to the donor on PayPal. Another $3.33 dono from the same person. A 2-night dono total of demonic numerology. I see what you've done there. Yes, 333 times 2. It's nefarious. Just gonna add that. The galactic deficit goal. We're doing it slowly but surely. Yeah. And while Queens was flooding, Long Island Beach Club cabanas were destroyed by a tornado. That's right. Good old-fashioned New York tornado. Totally normal. Here's ABC 7 New York from yesterday.
Now that we know what it was, let's take a look at what it looked like. What a frightening sight on Long Island. A water spout off Atlantic Beach. Severe storms tearing through the tri-state area yesterday. Video captured that spinning column that you see, and it was approaching shoreline, and we know what it did.
Yeah, as Sam mentioned, it doesn't happen often here, so it's not every day you look out your window and see something like this. It ripped apart the Sun and Surf Beach Club, tearing apart cabanas, sending debris, furniture, all flying around, and now a state of emergency is in effect in Nassau County. So,
yeah, there you go. Total cabana destruction on Long Island. It's a result of a freaking tornado. Freaking tornado. That's not normal. That's some weird stuff. Okay. Up next. The effects of the El Nino all the way south in Peru.
Torrential rains in Peru have left dozens of tourists stranded on their way up to Machu Picchu. Due to the extreme weather conditions, the main tourist route to the sanctuary will remain closed until Saturday. Heavy rainfall has caused landslides across the country. Here, this road has been torn apart. And these trucks were trapped by mudslides and rockfalls, with traffic on this coastal road cut off.
This event has occurred under conditions where sea temperatures are warm due to El Nino, so this situation has added to instability in the atmosphere that has caused winds and drizzle too.
Yeah, as I said previously, Peru is literally where the El Nino warm patch in the Pacific is. So they're going to see some of the craziest weather this year, I'm afraid. There was also a tornado in Delaware this week, that's true. I took most of the stories out from yesterday. I left a couple in, like those ones. But yes, also Delaware. Well, while we're down here in Peru, we may as well go to the Amazon and talk about this disturbing trend. The drying of the rainforest. No! Yes, I'm afraid it's true. A concerning trend regarding a particular forest we all know and love. And the tiny organisms which are signaling this shift.
Peculiar way.
Hold on. I forgot. There's like a bunch of... Oh, there's a bunch of this stuff. Really... kind of this part, I think, that I want. Hold on. Yeah.
Yet plants throughout this forest are somehow drying out and growing brittle, threatening a majestic and irreplaceable ecosystem.
I love PBS, but I also don't want to, like, take too much time on this. Yeah, like that guy said, the Amazon is under threat. Things are drying out. Where in the hell do I actually want us to go back to? Here?
Fairly small proportion in terms of amount, but a disproportionate importance in terms of the functions of what's going on up here in the canopy and in the forest. So even though they may only contain 10 to 15% of the above ground biomass of this tropical montane cloud forest, they're actually responsible for intercepting and holding on to, for example, up to 60% of the nitrogen that's coming in atmospheric mist and fog and rain.
These mosses and other moss-like plants can hold over 400% of their dry weight in water. It's hard to...
So this, the moss that you're seeing dangling from these branches, are the thing that the scientists are studying that they're most concerned about, that are drying out, and are the thing that kind of makes the rainforest. Like, these mosses allow all this sort of like extra growth to be happening in here, repurposing of old decaying stuff into new growth. Like the moss like are transferring water around all over the place, but they are drying out at a rapid pace apparently, and that's quite disturbing. Not a good trend. Could mean really bad things for the rainforest, I'm afraid.
Restoring these areas has given us so much hope. These forests come back quickly. Work with nature, let it take its course, and they're coming back quick.
So I definitely have hope that we're gonna make it. Yeah.
I think ultimately what we as scientists really want to see happen is that it's applied in ways that are going to help the health, the flourishing of the landscape.
They're really important for ecosystem functioning and the health of the watershed, which goes all the way down to the ocean. Every time I feel like I'm awestruck. It is an incredible opportunity to be able to spend a lot of time in these canopies.
Okay, well there you have it. Concerning trend in the rainforest, scientists are hoping to fight against. Unfortunately, I worry that without a serious change in how we do things on this planet, this is something that's only just going to continue to get worse. We have to start relating to our planet differently, and how we produce energy and transport ourselves and our things around it. All right, now let's talk about the El Nino a little bit. It is important for us to get a grasp on what's happening right now, and the weather's going to be different than normal. It's the best way to say it. It's going to be very different. Some of that could be good for some reasons, but in a lot of ways it's going to be bad.
The Met Office, that's the UK's National Weather Service, has issued a stark warning that the El Nino phenomenon currently developing over the Pacific Ocean is on track to be the strongest in living memory. In warmer cycles, El Nino would raise sea surface temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius, with 2 degrees considered a really big event. This one, according to the current forecasts, could exceed 3 degrees.
Yep, scientists are suggesting this is going to be the very hottest of all time, lasting until 2027. Speaking of things that are hot, let's go to Serbia. Our fire crews there are now battling a major blaze at a nature reserve. Another in a long list of European countries that have now been dealing with severe fires. I mean, who is it now? Is it the United Kingdom? Sorry, United Kingdom, France, Serbia.
Here in the UK, rain may be on the way, but the country's most...
Italy, Greece, Turkey. Romania. And now Serbia. Yeah, unfortunately, the fires have not stopped in Europe. You think that the 20% of all oxygen produced on the planet in the Amazon is a myth? How do you perceive that as being a myth, by the way? Because I think I know what you're going to say, but technically, that's technically true. At least on land, 20% of the oxygen is produced on the Earth is produced there, but that's not counting the oceans. Of course, the oceans are quickly deteriorating in front of our eyes. It's not really a myth as much as it is like a misnomer. Or like a misunderstanding, I feel, of the concept. More than Dicky Cap, thank you for the 10 jewels. Alright, let's go now to the Philippines, where apparently they have been experiencing 2 weeks of heavy monsoon rains. And as a result, you got images like this.
Intense monsoon rains in the Philippines flooded key streets and snarled traffic early Monday in the populous Manila metropolitan region.
Yeah, you got crazy scenes here of people driving through what almost look like rivers, but used to be streets here in the Philippines. But 14 straight days of heavy rain has turned the Philippines like into this dystopic, like water world like situation. Something we've talked about being a big threat for Philippines. There's so much of the country is in low-lying areas. Like there are some hills, some mountainous regions in the Philippines, don't get me wrong. Like all the the biggest city centers and stuff are like real low sea level elevation, right? And so you got real problems here. Also, the Philippines government has misappropriated money that was supposed to be used for flood prevention efforts. So it's kind of a double whammy. It's like it's a country that knew it was going to have like terrible climate change related flooding problems, and then said, you know what, Duterte needs a new Rolex and a tiger or something like that. And so instead of doing that kind of thing, and not just Duterte, but just like over time, they've sort of really done a bad job of taking care of the people. And so the people are seeing the downsides of that big time here.
The
Philippines is no stranger to monsoon season, but the last few weeks have been particularly incessant. Many of the areas like this one across many provinces north of Manila have been experiencing devastations. Residents here told us it's not particularly safe to go further because the water is waist deep over there. So people actually use makeshift boats. This is about transporting critical goods. They say they understand that it is dangerous, but they cannot simply allow life to be suspended for weeks. Agnes Caparas has lived here for 40 years. She says she's lived through this crisis year after year, but it's getting harder.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse and worse. And honestly, people in the Philippines are getting really pissed off at their government. These sorts of scenes we've seen year after year here at the Galactic News Network podcast, you know, every year we've talked about just horrible floods in the Philippines. Ones that just persist. I mean, just look at it. They're just like living their lives underwater. Like it's almost become, for some people, it seems like a way of life. Like the floods come and they just turn to the water world situation. Start traveling by boat. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Days they've been sleeping in this garage.
The water is deeper now. That's why I've had to move all of my kitchen equipment up, just to keep them from being ruined.
See what I mean?
Still,
like this
she
lady
was
is like
eager to
literally
show me her
cooking in the
home.
water, right? Like they're just, at this point, like they just have to continue to try and live their lives. They have to eat, they have to do things. So she's here in gators, you know, whatever they're called, like fishing gators. In like knee-high, hip-high water, cooking on the stove. Because, yeah, that's where the stove is.
This is ridiculous! To keep them from being ruined.
Still, she was eager to show me her home, just a few meters away. Floods no longer suspend daily life here. It's something that Filipinos face year after year. But people here tell us what they noticed this time is that it's taking much longer for many communities like this one to recover. In many homes in the Philippines, having a two-story house is not an option. It is a matter of survival. So what's angering many Filipinos here is the question of whether this destruction could have been mitigated.
Yep. That is the question. And there's been a lot of protests over the years that have been getting worse and worse here in the Philippines. I expect that to probably tick back up after this is all over. Anyway, on to the geopolitics. No space news today, I'm afraid. Honestly, ever since like updating my YouTube app, like it's messed up like some of my process on how I prepare for the stream. I have to I've had to move to my computer because my phone is like so useless to me right now. Okay. Let's start in France. Sorry. Wait, no, I take it back. Canada. I don't know why I said France. I don't have any French news. Maybe because this next clip is from France 24 English. Let's talk about the U.S.-Canada trade relationship. Now, Trump threatened 50% tariffs on Canada. And recently put a pause on those threats for about 3 days, claiming that there's a perfect deal on the table, that there is talks going on between Canada, something about the Keystone XL pipeline or something. Anyway, Mark Carney is hitting back.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Yes, indeed, he's hitting back, claiming that Canada will levy dollar for dollar those threatened U.S. tariffs.
Canada and the United States are once again at loggerheads over trade. On Saturday, 50% duties went into effect on some $20 billion worth of Canadian goods, after a statement from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, in which he called time on talks, recalled his negotiators, and vowed retaliation.
Last-minute changes in the US proposed terms were unfair, uneconomic, and called into question the reliability of any deal. Canada will match those tariffs dollar for dollar to protect our workers and businesses.
Top officials from both parties had been in Washington during the week, working down to the wire to reach an agreement before US President Donald Trump's 3-day tariff delay expired.
Yes, indeed. This fucking lunatic.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yeah, this guy is a lunatic. One fascinating effect of all this is that one trend in Canada is losing a lot of steam as a result of Trump's attacks. And that is the Canadian separatist. I don't know if trend is the right word, but in Alberta and Quebec, the idea of leaving Canada was something being bandied about not that long ago. It's lost a lot of steam as a result of the lunatic president of the United States.
Trump is having a huge impact on the Quebec election. Since he leveled the tariffs against Canada last year, Quebec suffered a lot of economic damage. They have big industries like aluminum, steel there that are significantly affected by this. We visited a steel plant close to Montreal, where before the tariffs, they'd been exporting 90% of their products to the US.
And it's not only the tariffs, it's the uncertainty that comes with it. So I think orders went down around 25 to 30% in less than a week.
Quebec has had a very long established separatist movement. They are a very different province from the rest of Canada, largely to the fact that it's the only French majority language province, and it's got a very specific culture. And what we've seen since Trump entered the White House for the second time is that support for separatism has gone down to its lowest levels in decades. And we saw the Parti Québécois, which is a separatist party that has promised to hold another referendum if it wins a majority. They've explicitly said, if we win this upcoming election in October, we promise not to have a referendum until Trump has left the White House.
Trump bringing Canada closer together. Fascinating. A beautiful sign of Canadian unity. Look, we will not do the referendum until the orange man is gone. All right, I'll be right back.
And the deal with Canada is moving along, and we should be able to have a deal with Canada.
We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked.
Well, the trade talks are off and new tariffs are taking effect as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has rejected Donald Trump's trade bullshit. So in this video, I'm going to break down this great news because let's be real. Any deal that would have been signed, how could you possibly trust anything on it when Trump was the one to sign it? considering he is now violating his own trade deal in the USMCA with these new tariffs. So the idea of having any kind of reliable deal with somebody who is so full of garbage was always a ridiculous proposal. But let me first start with a quick history lesson before we get to what happened today and Mark Carney's speech and the breakdown. I am going to get to, of course, my overall thoughts and some reaction as well from other party leaders to this news. But first, just a quick jump through history so you know how we got to this point. Back on July 1st, the U.S. declines to extend CUSMA trade deal with Canada and Mexico. So this was not killing the deal, as the deal goes on until 2036, but it was an acknowledgement that Trump was not happy with the deal and wanted something new. So even though it is not killed off, any country can withdraw from the deal with 6 months' notice. That gets us to a month later, and being a month ago, when Donald Trump opposed or proposed to impose 50% tariffs on most Canadian goods. This is what I called the hug snub tariffs. This is right after he was snubbed at the World Cup by a few soccer stars, and it appeared to annoy him because go watch my breakdown on those tariffs. But the tariffs really appeared to come out of nowhere based on their reasoning that they were giving. It didn't make any sense. I break that all down in that video. You can go watch that. But that gets us to what these tariffs were going to be and are now. They will hit a wide range of products, also include goods previously protected from import taxes under the USMCA, or CUSMA as it's called in Canada. So again, Trump violating his own trade deal to put these tariffs in.
Okay, I'm back. One of our favorite Canadians, David Dole over the Rational National, giving us a breakdown on what's been going on in this Canada-US trade war. Oh, he goes right after this. Okay. Does Trump want to bankrupt the United States? I don't know. I don't think he knows how the economy works, honestly. I've talked about this. Like, there's certain things that he says, like earlier, he was talking about the bonds or whatever, that make me think that he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't have a clear concept of how it all comes together. So I don't know if he even knows if he's tanking everything or if he's too stupid to know that. It's hard to say. And the fact is, he's real dumb. He's got a bunch of people around him who are unwilling to tell him when he is an idiot. Right?
Deal. This gets us to Mark Carney today announcing the cancellation of those talks. Scott Robertson did a great job here cutting up the clips. I will also link to Mark Carney's full speech below this video on YouTube. But here is a few clips that I think are important. Let's start with this one.
We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over. Our government understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil.
Sometimes its signature was written in pencil. Speaking of the Trump administration, the only thing I disagree with there is sometimes.
Yeah, damn, that's... Oh, God. I mean, everybody, at least any of the regular viewers know that I've got my own sort of criticisms of Mark Carney, but he's spitting over here. Yeesh. Her signature is written in pencil. Yep, Trump, I mean, literally, this was his favorite. Back when he signed the USMCA, he was claiming it was the best deal ever. And then he comes back to office, he's like, oh, this deal is the worst. Worst deal anybody's ever seen. Is that like a DJ turntable thing down there? Am I seeing this right? What is that? What is that there, David?
There is never a reason to rely on the Trump government. This gets us to the next clip here, which really is sort of an admission of the failures of the prime minister up to this point in continually giving in to Trump's demands to continue these trade negotiations, only to ultimately get nothing out of it. Now, everything he brings up here, he didn't capitulate on every single one. But there are a few here that he did, and I've brought these up in past videos, and I've discussed them, and I've criticized Carney over this, because ultimately we were always going to get to this place where nothing was ever actually accomplished with this administration. But here's the clip.
Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series of tariffs that violate its commitment under our agreement with them in Mexico, so-called CUSMA. The United States has continually changed their rationale for these actions, from fentanyl to taxes on U.S. tech giants, to certification of U.S. aircraft, to the sharing of tolls of a bridge that Canada built and paid for, to our dairy policy, to provincial decisions not to sell American alcohol during the trade war, to a television advertisement that quoted Ronald Reagan, to smoke from wildfires while they threatened our communities.
To me, this is the most important part of the speech, because it tells you exactly why you cannot trust the Trump administration on any deal. Even though on many of those points that Carney brought up, he did give in to Trump in the hopes of getting to some kind of deal. So to give you examples of...
No, exactly. No, David's absolutely right. What it proves is that Mark Carney made a bunch of concessions, and it got him nothing. It got him in Canada absolutely nothing, because Trump is a liar. He's a man who can't be trusted. You know, he is an actor, a political actor that cannot be trusted. Right? He went to the Epstein victims and told them that he was going to get the files, like during 2024. He went to those women and said, like, apparently the Trump campaign literally went to them and said, look, we want your support. We're going to get the Epstein files out. And then they did what they did. I mean, like, they cannot be trusted on anything. Don't, you know, like, it just, ugh. It's absolutely, certainly, this is certainly very strong proof of that. Mark Carney bent over backwards trying to make Trump happy. And Trump's still not happy because he's a fucking lunatic. Because even after you come to an agreement with the man, something else will upset him, and everything will go back to square one, and it won't matter. Because that's who he is.
As the Prime Minister says in a statement here, our economy is creating jobs at 4 times the rate of the U.S. Our exports to non-U.S. markets are on track to double over the next decade. So Canada is succeeding in a way that the U.S. currently is not. And of course, look, the reality is here, a lot of this has to do with how garbage Trump is, not necessarily how great Carney is. But that said, there's obviously a massive gap between the two in terms of intelligence, in terms of knowledge. Like, it's not even close. So Canada's going to be fine ultimately, and the U.S. I think eventually, once Trump is gone, you'll be fine too. But like, you can't have a deal with this man. You're going to have to wait until Trump is out to then, I don't know, maybe go back to just abiding by the USMCA. But this gets us to what is happening now with the tariffs. So American tariffs on Canadian goods take effect after trade talks fall apart. Prime Minister of Canada will match the latest American levies dollar for dollar. So in terms of the American tariffs, these are the major threatened sectors. This broken down by CBC News. Value of 2025 Canadian exports to U.S. under tariff threat by category. So electronics and electrical equipment apparently is going to be hit the hardest, as well as plastic.
Yes, indeed, this is threatening all sorts of Canadian sectors to the tunes of tens of billions of dollars. It will also be bad for the American economy, too, I would point out. It's going to be bad for absolutely everyone. You know, it's way better for America if we just get along with Canada. There's no reason for us to not get along with Canada. That's the crazy thing about it. Is there's literally no reason for us to not get along with Canada, and we're not getting. And Trump is just making it so that we're not getting along with Canada. Oh, it's just so deeply stupid. Anyways, damn. Really? Jeez, we're crushing it today. It was a slightly shorter list, under 100 clips, but still. We're blasting through these. No, this is 90 clips or so. Okay, we'll talk about biodiversity some other day. I don't know why we're still talking about that. Let's move on from Canada to the United Kingdom. One quick story. The return of Harry and Meghan. Something that some people are losing their freaking minds over.
Going it alone, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex announced they're stepping back as senior royals.
Will you no longer take your children back to the UK?
I think it's probably too soon to tell. I would love reconciliation with my family.
Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, plan to move back to the UK.
You know, I think they get a bad rap. My thoughts are that I'm not especially happy about it.
I think it's great. They're back home.
After years of global headlines, a rupture with the royal family, and a high-profile move to California, Prince Harry and Meghan prepare to return to the UK. So why now? How did we get here? And what could their return mean for the Sussexes and the wider royal family? Let's go back to 2020. Shortly before the pandemic, Harry and Meghan shock the world by announcing they are stepping back as senior royals.
Yes, indeed. Of course, the royals have not been very supportive of this relationship. I feel like it's kind of similar to like the Diana situation. But also like with a little bit of racism in there too. You know, it's like if Diana was just a little black, you know? That's what I feel like this situation is. It's like, it's all the same sort of disdain, but with a little bit of a racial element to it, too. You know? It's basically, like, only the royals and deeply racist people get to talking about, oh, they have the wrong blood. But that's literally, you know, like, not royal, from the wrong lineage. Can't have that. Can't have the wrong sort of lineage having person in this family. That would be untoward. Unacceptable.
So why now and what's changed? Does this move reflect any problems in the US? Perhaps a failure of the American dream? We've been told that's not the case. Their decision to leave has been relatively sudden.
Perhaps at the root of it, but again, I am speculating, is the fact that the children are 7 and 5 now, they're going to school, and at that stage you need to think, where are the children going to put down roots and where is their schooling going to be?
Yes, indeed, this could have something to do with the formative years of their children. And the future of their family. All right, that's as much as I can do. I tried 2 days in a row to talk about this. This is as close as I can get to caring about it. It's still just this royal intrigue stuff that, to me, isn't what we're about around here. Like, let the royals do what they're gonna do over there. while we try and fight for actual democracy on the planet. You know, because the constitutional monarchy thing is a little weird in 2026, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why Britain is still so determined to keep that system. Anyway, it's more consequential news. Let's go down to Africa, where unfortunately the Ebola epidemic is spreading at a rate that is genuinely disturbing. Latest numbers suggesting that it is spreading at a rate 18 times faster than any other outbreak on record, including the deadliest one. Yeah. You see what I'm saying here? 18 times faster. I've been saying this since the beginning. Would have been great to have USAID on the ground, right? You know, at the genesis of this whole thing. Of course, we didn't have that because we completely dismantled it last year. We got to do something about this now before it gets out of hand. Like, it really is getting out of hand. 18 times faster than the deadliest outbreak on record. Think about that statistic for a second, folks.
The UN again sounding the alarm over the ongoing Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The epidemic is growing exponentially, with a rising death toll that's been increasing in recent weeks.
In the last 3 months, 2,500 people have died, and half of those in the last 20 days. And the epidemic is spreading widely. It's now covering an area that is bigger than France. And the outbreak is faster than our response.
The UN is also warning that funding to fight the epidemic is expected to run out within a few weeks and is appealing for more international aid.
The numbers just keep growing on this epidemic, this outbreak, and it's just, we've been talking about this now for months. It's been happening in slow motion. Like, I felt like there was a moment where we could have dealt with this in a much easier way, and now I feel like it's genuinely starting to get out of control. It's a deadly virus. It's now spreading at a disturbingly fast pace. 18 times faster than the record. That should disturb everybody. This is what I was saying, is like at some point this breaks out of Congo. Right, especially because we don't have we haven't been doing the necessary things to help people in the Congo. This will eventually make its way out. If it spreads 18 times faster than the very worst Ebola, we could have some problems in some other places. Now, there are some factors in Africa that make Ebola more likely to spread, but still have a devastating toll in other places if it were to get out of the country. Places like Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda have like been closing their borders to Kenya. I mean, to Congo, but those aren't the only countries that border DRC. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, this could easily spread to somewhere else. Someone get on a plane, on a train, boat. And you got yourself a nexus, a spreader event. Meanwhile, the DRC is receiving thousands of vaccine doses. Unfortunately, these are not necessarily the vaccines that they need. I'll explain that in a second.
La RDC fait face à une épidémie d'Ebola qui est très
The
sérieuse.
Democratic Republic of Congo is facing a very serious Ebola outbreak, an outbreak that has already claimed the lives of hundreds and hundreds of our fellow citizens. We are already at more than 2,300 people who have died, and an outbreak that has already affected more than 5,000. And we have realized that public measures alone must be accompanied by other measures, particularly medical interventions. In our planning, we decided with the advice of scientists to use the Vibo vaccine, the vaccine that we all know, which has already been used several times, and particularly on a large scale during the 2018 and 2020 outbreaks. Yeah, here's the thing, and don't get me wrong, they're clearly listening to the scientists. But as we know, this vaccine is not nearly, I can't remember the exact percentage rate, but it's not 100%. It's not even close to 100% effective on this strain. It may have some efficacy on this strain. I assume it does, since scientists are supposedly recommending it. But there is another vaccine that's been tested in the UK right now on this particular variant of Ebola, which is supposedly shown to be fairly effective, but hasn't made it out of trials yet. That's the one that I think they need, but this is all they got right now. And it's not formulated for this variant of the disease that, as we know, is some serious differences between this variant and the previous ones. But things are being done, efforts are being made. Whether or not they will be enough, we will just all have to just wait and see. Meanwhile, things in Ukraine are pretty crazy. Latest Russian strikes wounding over 100 people. Here's France 24 English from 17 hours ago.
Emergency services rushed to the scene with this shopping center hit in the city of Kryvyi Rih in central Ukraine. Local authorities reported that a Russian drone attack resulted in deaths and scores of people injured.
I was driving by here not far away, almost right at the start. I heard an explosion, saw smoke, and immediately drove over. I saw injured people and began providing first aid. I helped a man who had shrapnel wounds. I moved him to a safe distance due to the risk of a secondary blast and handed him over to the ambulance crew.
Kryvyi Rih has been hit multiple times during the more than 4-year-old war. It is the birthplace of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Serious civilian casualties here at this shopping center that was struck by Russia in Ukraine, the hometown of Volodymyr Zelensky, Kryvyi Rih. The civilian toll just seems to keep amping up in both countries as a result of this conflict. It seems to just drag on indefinitely. We're now approaching the 4th year. Meanwhile, an election is being held in Ukraine. And the political divide is being made quite clear.
In Kiev, political battle lines are being drawn. The parliament has formally appointed Yevgeny Khimara as the new defense minister. But on the streets, the sudden removal of his predecessor, Mikhailo Fedorov, has sparked public anger. Fedorov is now calling for wartime elections, a direct challenge to President Volodymyr Zelensky's administration. The proposal has highlighted deep divisions among the public.
I'm sorry. I said this wrong. I have too many things going on in my head. The elections actually aren't happening. They're being called for. I don't know. I got my brain, my wires crossed for a second there. No actual elections are happening yet, technically, but they're being called for in the country. And people are pissed. Sorry, everybody. I'm stressed. I'm stressed and tired and overworked right now and just not living my optimal galactic life right now. Like, I feel like we keep getting super close and then everything is torn down. Like, right now, I feel like I'm just slowly rebuilding it back where it was months ago before we got demonetized. And some of these things, like, you know, should be easier for me. I should have should have a better grasp of what I'm talking about before I like rush into it. But like sometimes I'm just like, I'm moving so fast, I'm saying wrong words. Thinking about so many things. What I need is a goddamn producer. I need like a, you know, like a co-host or something. You know, like Space Ghost had Borak or Zorak, whatever his name was. I need a Zorak. Okay, let's move it along. Now to this situation. We've already talked about a little bit, but there have been some developments. When we first talked about the call of Spain and France and the United
Turkey
Kingdom.
and Israel traded insults on Friday after Ankara.
Sorry, United Kingdom and Turkey and Spain and France, number of countries that were signatories, I think, to the Oslo Accords, calling for or not signatories, but like observers to, like all calling for the end of this plan for West Bank settlements. When we had initially talked about it, there had been no comment from the United States government. I had pointed that out as being a strange sort of detail, considering we were literally the ones who hosted the Oslo Accords. But that has actually changed, which we'll get to in a second. Let's start here with France 24 English from 15 hours ago. Schulte, new member. Welcome in. Good to have a new Space Fans.
Now, Turkey and Israel traded insults on Friday after Ankara announced it was seeking an international arrest warrant for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, accusing him of genocide because of the interception of an aid flotilla bound for Gaza. The arrest of some 430 activists in May caused outcry. Netanyahu's office accused Turkey of hypocrisy, and Turkey responded by saying the comments were outrageous. We got analysis earlier from Turkey correspondent Jasper Mortimer.
Turkey has been helping Syria to rebuild its army. Now, before Syria imploded in civil war, Syria was the one neighbor that Turkey feared. It's a significant military power that had done well against Israel in the 1973 war and which had never made peace with Israel. So when Israel bombed the Syrian air base in northwestern Syria on Tuesday, saying that Turkey was about to deploy troops at that base, I think Israel was sending two messages. First, it was saying, we're not going to let Syria regain its former military strength. And two, it was saying to Turkey, don't you dare try to help Syria regain its former military strength.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's a completely deranged misstep by the Israeli government to attack Syria, who literally Trump has been heaping praises on, whether or not they deserve it. It's just so many reasons for them not to have done it. Like, it just seems insane to me. The fact is even the U.S. government has had criticisms now for the Israeli government. Not for this thing, but for the other thing that everybody else has been condemning Israel for, and that is the West Bank settlement stuff. has been all over the news lately, which I find fascinating because Israel's been doing all of this shit basically in broad daylight. Just putting it on paper doesn't, I mean, is that so different for the, like, oh, they put it on paper.
Former British and French diplomats are urging action over what they say is Israel's erasure of Palestine. More than 100 of those diplomats have penned a letter to the French president and the British prime minister calling for a ban on trade and arms sales to press Israel to accept a Palestinian state. The unprecedented joint letter directly accuses Israel of ethnic cleansing and warns that the world no longer sees it as a genuine democracy. We can now bring in Sir Vincent Feen, British former Consul General, Jerusalem, and current trustee of the Britain-Palestine Project, which advocates equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis. Welcome, Sir Vincent, to the program. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Now, your...
Okay, I'm sorry. We don't even need that. You know, this has all been fairly interesting to me, the fact that you got these countries now openly saying these things about stuff that we all know has basically been going on, but for it to be made like whether or not like the impetus is a little ridiculous to me, like having it put on paper was apparently enough for these people to lose their minds over the West Bank, a place that Israel's been literally annexing in slow motion over the last 3 years. Let's go here to the take from the U.S. government majority report.
Wanted to make sure we touched on this. On Monday, we will be joined by a journalist from the West Bank, which I'm very excited to speak to him. But right now, the situation in the West Bank is escalating dramatically, specifically in this village of Qusra, which is south of Nablus. The IDF, in conjunction with Israeli settlers, have been occupying this particular village for around 2 weeks at this point, and it's gotten so bad that Mike Huckabee, you know, Zionist lunatic Mike Huckabee, had to come out, and he's a supporter of settling the West Bank, which he calls Judea and Samaria, and you'll hear from him in just a second.
Like Bill Clinton.
Like Bill Clinton, and in Michigan. In Dearborn, Michigan. Anyway, God, why? That campaign was so dumb. Anyway, Mike Huckabee loves West Bank settlements, and he was forced, because this is so insane, to issue a statement condemning what these settlers are doing. Let's play the first clip here of footage from the West Bank. This is an American Palestinian homeowner who is filming the IDF here, and you can see they're protecting the settlers as they steal his home. This is footage from Reuters, but it was also compiled by NBC News.
You're not the owner. He's the owner right here. He's the owner of the house. Why do you throw his stuff out?
What?
He's the owner of this house. He's.
I'm the owner.
I'm the owner.
You're not the owner. He's the owner.
Can you pause it for a sec? Just because it's important to point out that this guy's in military fatigues. It appears to be an IDF soldier saying...
There's an Israeli soldier definitely on the ground floor. I think the guy yelling is in the window.
Perhaps.
So it seems like they're being escorted.
Either they're being escorted. It doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to make the point that the IDF and the settlers are indistinguishable.
Right, there's nobody to go to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're working together like, you know, police departments in the deep red South would work with the KKK, basically.
I mean, this is the dynamic you saw in America in the settling of the West, too. You'd have settler communities that would go in advance, and they'd always want, like in North Dakota, for instance, like we want the Black Hills in South Dakota. And the troops would sort of be there, and ostensibly to kind of keep them confined and make sure they're not encroaching on any treaties. But of course, in practice, over the long span of time, they helped conquer the lands.
Right.
Owner. What do you mean, Ro?
one of the homes, at least, is a Palestinian American who has this home. And so here's Mike Huckabee being asked about this here after he had to condemn these actions, and in the process of doing it, runs cover for the settlers in the West Bank.
If we turn our attentions to the West Bank, the White House is pushing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to denounce the recent spate of settler violence in the West Bank. Are you disappointed that the Israeli government hasn't spoken out against what you yourself have described as horrific acts of terror?
Well, I'm not sure that the White House has put any pressure on the Prime Minister. I'm not aware of that. I've put pressure on Israel to adjudicate these crimes, and that's what they are. They're crimes, they're acts of terror. I've been very clear about it. I think the tragedy is that of the 500,000 people who are Israeli who live in Judea and Samaria, there may be 300 to 500 people total who are involved in these.
It's a larger number than that. Most estimates say at least.
Yeah. Also, let's not forget that Israel adjudicating things is a literal joke. They don't adjudicate anything. And Palestinians don't even have a right to defend themselves in a court of law and get lawyers and things. They wind up in military tribunals and shit like that. Adjudicate nonsense. Israel will continue to adjudicate that they've done nothing wrong, just like the police continue to investigate themselves and find that they've done nothing wrong. Anyway, Mike Huckabee trying to come out here, do damage control after 102 former ambassadors accused Israel of ethnic cleansing. Now, yes, somebody in chat mentioned that they are former ambassadors, but this is a large number of people. And by that, I think, and since it's such a large number of former government officials, it has weight. It has weight. It's not the current government, no, but I think it's, I definitely think it's something. All right, let's go back to France 24. For more on this call, this accusation of Israel's ethnic cleansing crimes.
Turning now to some other news, former British and French diplomats are urging action over what they say is Israel's erasure of Palestine. More than 100 of those diplomats have penned a letter to the French president and the British prime minister calling for a ban on trade and arms sales to press Israel to accept a Palestinian state. The unprecedented joint letter directly accuses Israel of ethnic cleansing and warns that the world no longer sees it as a genuine democracy. We can now bring in our Jerusalem correspondent, Noga Tarnopolsky. So, Noga, how significant is this letter?
Good to see you, Catherine. It's hard to know. Obviously, this is part of an escalating international wave of condemnation aimed at Israel that follows this publication of a tender for the construction of 1,200 building units in this area between Jerusalem and the Judean desert that's called E1, defined as E1 in the Oslo Accords, which were guaranteed by the international community. So it's not out of the blue that these diplomats would speak out. That said, their letter follows a pretty harsh condemnation of Israel from the current diplomats and the current leaders of more than a dozen Western countries. Late last night, I think very importantly, the United States lended its voice to this condemnation, perhaps a little less harshly than European countries, but the United States made it very clear again through the State Department that Donald Trump does not support an Israeli takeover of the West Bank. So what we're
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I think this is something of a shift, whether or not it will actually come with any real-world consequences for Israel, or a shift in policy regarding the West Bank, or support for Israel, or any number of things. I don't know. As for the plight of the Palestinians, I do worry that things will continue as things have now for some time. Unabated. Till there's real change here. Not just complaints over violations of the E1 or whatever. Because they're violating everything. International law. Oslo Accords, I don't care. Pick a document. Meanwhile, we can't forget that we have a war going on. United States is in the Middle East doing good old Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yes, still doing Operation Epstein Fury. And it seems like most people don't support it anymore, including Republicans, are really quickly losing support for this war in a way that I don't think has ever happened.
In terms of what voters are saying, there's some Republican pro-Trump disappointment in the president. I think you got a clip here that we can listen to.
Mm-hmm. I agree with going in if there was a plan of how to get out. This has drug on too long. He doesn't have a plan. He does not have a plan. He can sit there and tell us he has a plan. He can tell us I don't know how many times I've heard we're going to bomb the heck out of him. That's not what we want to do as America. We don't want to destroy civilians and other people. So what was the plan? And him and his, all his staff that made these decisions did not know that they would use the strait as leverage against the rest of the world. So here we are again, can't afford the medical, and now we can't afford gasoline. And he wants to say it's temporarily. How long is that?
And of course, that was
how long is that? Great question, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Doesn't seem like the president has a plan. We're like 6 months into this war now. We were told it was going to take a few weeks in and out. Iran wanted, basically from day one, Iran really wanted a deal. And yet we somehow haven't managed to arrive at a deal. A paradox that is truly confusing to most people, I think. Yeah. Meanwhile, of course, Donald Trump claimed that the Strait of Hormuz was U.S. territory this week.
Well, Christina, yesterday that memorandum of understanding that had been reached between the U.S. and Iran officially expired, with no nuclear deal, no clear strategy to end this war, and traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare, still severely restricted. Now, the Strait of Hormuz remains one of the thorniest remaining issues in this conflict. Prior to this war, no one had full control over the Strait of Hormuz. And then on Friday, President Trump suggested that it would become a U.S. territory.
Yeah, he sure did. This deranged tweet. New U.S. territory. It's a sick man. And I'll bet Natalie was right there next to him going, "That's perfect, Mr. President. That's perfect, Mr. President. Would you like to get into a golf cart so I can chase you around the White House lawn?" You don't have to know what You don't have to live on the West Coast to know what time it is on the West Coast. It's 1:45. It's 1:45 a.m. East Pacific Standard Time. Now, while Donald Trump was claiming the Gulf of Oman, the Strait of Hormuz, a U.S. territory, there were people sitting on USS Lincoln waiting for help. The boat was quicker and quicker becoming an actual territory, staying in the same spot for so long. Unfortunately, for those waiting in the strait for reinforcements, reinforcements were delayed this week in the South China Sea.
There are new concerns about conditions aboard another U.S. Navy warship. John Carl and what he's learned now.
Tonight, growing questions about whether the U.S. Navy is now stretched too thin after new reports of grim living conditions aboard a second massive ship. Some 300 sailors on the destroyer, the USS Benfold, deployed in the South China Sea, went 4 days with limited drinking water and no working toilets or air conditioning after the ship suffered a complete loss of power.
Yeah. So rather than going to the Gulf to relieve the sailors in the Middle East, the USS Benfold had to turn around and get dragged back to the Philippines, where I believe it's still located getting work done. Another ship eventually went back to the Middle East, but which I think made it there, but I mean, our military is literally falling apart. The president claimed to have restored it to perfect working order. I know he blames Biden for ruining it, but he's had 2 years and an even bigger military budget than Biden had, and everything is literally falling apart. Probably because they've just been giving government contracts to Eric and Don Jr. rather than the regular people. Damn, I'm out of tea. That's a problem. I think I have more drinks. I think I got more drinks. I'll be right back, but while I'm gone, watch this clip here from CNN from 2 days ago. We're talking about the troops out there deployed. We're having a horrible time. Talk about the troops here at home in the United States who have been getting repressed by the president.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yep. Let's talk about this guy, an Air Force major who was arrested for saying that Trump had failed us.
Illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Literally, this guy got arrested for saying Trump has failed us.
New details about the detention of Air Force Major Jason Watson. Watson is the active duty airman who was arrested last month after calling for President Trump's impeachment on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Watson's attorney tells out front that he was detained yesterday at Joint Base Andrews by Air Force security. And Watson is now being held, he says, in a county jail. He'll face a judge tomorrow. Now, the detention happened after Watson explained on this program his reasons for speaking out despite this great personal and professional risk.
Nothing that is worth doing is something that you can do for free. Everything that is worthwhile is going to cost something. We just have to be willing to accept that we can change what is happening in our country if we're just willing to pay a price for it. So all that I could do was ask myself, what's the highest price that I'm willing to pay?
Out front now, Chris Mutimer, the attorney representing Major Jason Watson. And Chris, a lot to ask you about is see, what you really know at this point. I mean, what details are you able to tell us about how Major Watson was detained?
Sure. So, as you know, he was on your show Monday night.
After your show, almost immediately after, he sent a communication to his chain of command, letting them know that he was reporting in, letting them know where he was going, and if there was any questions that they had or anything they needed from him, he was making himself available to them. He didn't hear anything that evening. I think we all expected that he might have been arrested that night, or he would be, but he wasn't. He reported to duty the next day. And while he was, this is on Tuesday, while he was at work, he, through counsel, informed his chain of command that he would no longer be wearing his uniform. Shortly after that, he was told he needed to put his uniform on within about 20 minutes. My understanding is around 3:30. He was then arrested.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Now we're arresting the troops for criticizing the president. It's fascinating. It's fascinating how far we've come.
That uniform and respect for it.
Major Watson, obviously, you have done this after incredible consideration. You've been in the Air Force for 17 years. You're in the Air Force.
By the way, am I the only guy who thinks this guy looks a little bit like Logic? Am I the only person that thinks that these two dudes look real similar? I know I'm doing it again, but am I wrong? Am I not wrong though? They look they're looking kind of similar.
And you know that by choosing to speak out as you did in uniform, calling for the commander-in-chief's impeachment and removal from office.
Oh, wait,
that
shit.
carries grave consequences.
Sorry, nobody can see what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody. I failed you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You have done this after incredible consideration. You've been in the Air Force for 17 years. You're in the Air Force. And you know that by choosing to speak out as you did in uniform, calling for the commander-in-chief's impeachment and removal from office, that carries grave consequences, violates the laws governing the U.S. military. But you chose to do it, knowing all of that. Tell me why.
Well, I think the most important thing for all of us to keep in mind is what is happening with President Trump is not normal. He has failed us, and not only is he a failure as president, he is flagrantly violating the Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans. And that is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to all of us. I feel like, unfortunately, many of us have gotten used to this, and we've normalized to this conduct, and we think that there's nothing that we can do about it. And one of the reasons I chose to use the pseudonym of Just a Nobody was to underscore that you do not have to be somebody special to take action and reject this government. We can all do something about what's happening in our country. And I want to just inspire people and bring the conversation to impeach, convict, remove. And there are organizations out there that I joined with, Removal Coalition with Jessica Denson, and Citizens Impeachment with Kira Havens and John Boniface's Free Speech for People, that are not getting enough attention. And I want to try to spotlight them as much as I can and to inspire Americans to act, because I believe we can defeat this government if we just take a stand.
There you go, Major Jason Watson. Speaking truth to power, arrested for it. Now on CNN, speaking about his experience and what he hopes it will bring to others in this country. Okay, so some people do agree that he looks like Logic. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I know the glasses are carrying it a little bit, but I thought it was uncanny. I'm like 2 for 2 today, right? Natalie Harp, and Kitty from Arrested Development. That dude, Major Jason Watson, or whatever his name is, and Logic. I think I'm doing pretty good so far today. I know sometimes my comparisons aren't great. I'm reaching, but I think I have a pretty good record, pretty good track record. Speaking of people who don't have good track records, let's talk about Pete Hegseth. You know, laundry list of problems with this guy. But as what's it called? As Secretary of War, he is screwing over U.S. sailors and hiding damage from Americans. Here's the Breaking Points podcast.
Very excited for our next guest who can break down all of the shipping and logistics issues at the center of the Iran war. Sal Mercogliano is with the What's Going On with Shipping YouTube channel. Everybody go subscribe. Fantastic work you're doing over there. Welcome, Sal.
Oh, thank you for having me, Crystal.
Yeah, of course. And Sagar regrets not being here. Suddenly, all of our mics, except for mine, stopped working. So I get the privilege of interviewing you solo. But I wanted to start with a little bit of the state of affairs with the Strait of Hormuz. As best we can tell, here's Trump insisting that the strait is open at this point.
I want to ask you about Canada, but first, the Treasury Secretary says that we could see the most impactful sanctions on Iran this week. When will they come, and what else could be sanctioned on Iran?
Well, we have things that we could sanction. We have very draconian sanctions.
Yeah, very draconian
we'll
sanctions.
see what happens.
I
Right
love how
now,
he just
the
calls them
strait is
draconian.
open.
I just love how he calls them. He literally just calls them draconian. Very, very draconian sanctions. Yeah, that's what they are.
A lot of boats are coming through. People aren't reporting that, and that may slow down a little bit at some point. But right now, a lot of boats are coming through. The naval blockade has been extremely effective.
So this is something, as a layperson, I've had, frankly, a lot of trouble tracking just how many boats are getting through the Strait of Hormuz. So what do we know at this point of how choked off shipping is through this region?
Well, what we do know is we could track the vessels that are loading up against the docks in Saudi Arabia.
Hey, hold on. We're not going to listen to this whole discussion here. There's one particular part that I find most compelling, I guess, for this moment. I think around here.
Asking, well, what is this money going towards if we're having all of these issues with, the very basic idea of, logistics and operations?
Slightly further back.
A military operation with a peacetime logistics infrastructure. And unfortunately, once you go to war, you start consuming more fuel, spare parts. And what's happening here, and what you see very graphically in the Lincoln, is they just can't keep up that pace of operation, and it catches up with them.
One of the things I think, everything you say is completely accurate. It's just sometimes hard for me to wrap my head around, though, because you talk about a peace dividend after the Cold War, and yet we see the military expenditures going up and up and up. So I think myself and a lot of Americans are asking, well, what is this money going towards if we're having all of these issues with, the very basic idea of, logistics and operations in what has been it's been a very significant war, but relatively short term in the grand scheme of things.
Well, in many ways, what we see, and I think Pete Hegseth kind of really embraces this idea, is what you're seeing here is the idea that the focus is on really the warfighter. It's on the kind of the point of the spear. Unfortunately, the logistics side, the tail of it, doesn't get the attention it needs. And, we see that in commercial. We saw that happen during the supply chain crisis, during COVID, when all of a sudden toilet paper became a commodity shortage. We see it when all of a sudden there's a disruption and you can't flow goods, when the Port of Baltimore closes because of the Dali, when the Houthis start attacking ships. And what this takes is a lot of investment for the infrastructure. One of the things that I've talked about in the past is post-Cold War should have been food and fuel and ammunition, but that is the real critical element. And in many ways, we are so good at logistics, and we've been so good at it for so long you kind of take it for granted that it's always going to be there. We're always going to have that supply. And what we're seeing now is a real challenge to it.
Yeah. Put C4 up on the screen. This was something that you flagged that I wanted you to explain for me and for our audience. You said, hearing rumors the Department of War is going to activate one of the national security multi-mission ships, either from a variety of locations to head to Diego Garcia. Mission could be to provide additional housing at Diego Garcia, but also a place where crews can come off U.S. Navy warships for rest and recovery. Talk to us about what you're hearing and what the significance of this would be.
Yeah, so this story has also been mentioned by G Captain, an online maritime site. And what we're hearing is there's talk of activating one of these vessels. These ships are nominally training ships for the state maritime academies, but they're purposely built. They've been built up at the Philadelphia shipyard there under Hanwha. 5 of them are being built. 4 of them are out there. They're designed for being used for state training academies, train future mariners, but also for emergency operations. So Diego Garcia is kind of getting overwhelmed in some ways in a lot of aspects. There's a lot of ships coming in, a lot of supplies need to be done. And what these ships do is do 2 things. Number one, and we're not exactly sure of the mission because, again, we're not getting a clear message out of Department of Defense on this, is the ships could be used for a temporary berthing area. It could get the
Yeah, I mean, these are basically floating hotels almost, but really, I mean, they're not fancy hotels, but like floating barracks, I guess is the better way to put it. Like floating barracks intended to bolster these missions, where you might not have adequate housing and supplies and other things like that. And so these are being deployed now because all of the bases have been blown up and there's nowhere to put the troops. They're all stuck on these ships. Total failure of leadership at this point. They have really dropped the ball on this with the logistics and with everything else. I mean, it took them a week to even like get like a ship heading in the right direction to relieve any of these people. One more clip here on the failure of leadership here. MS Now.
Breaking news, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is taking aim at U.S. negotiators after trade talks with the U.S. collapsed.
Damn you, MS Now. Why do you do this? Why does anybody fucking do this? This annoys me. It's one of my pet peeves. Is when people like jam in other fucking topics into videos. Like literally YouTube claims that people aren't allowed to do that. Like, it's basically clickbait. Like, you put things in a video that aren't, it's a clip. It's not a live stream. It's different. It's a different situation. I just find that very annoying. Fuck. Yeah.
The need to bring in new, fresh soldiers. Instead, both the president and Pete Hegseth minimize the situation, almost criticizing the soldiers' families for bringing awareness to the United States of just how bad these conditions are. This is not how we treat the women and men who serve us in the United States military. Totally unacceptable, total failure of leadership by the Secretary of Defense.
So the New York Times reports, sir, Jennifer Hegseth, the wife of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and his former Fox News producer, has taken on an unusually prominent role at the Pentagon, serving as a close advisor and communications strategist, and in fact shaping the job like no Pentagon spouse ever. Hegseth travels extensively with her husband, participates in sensitive meetings, encourages his battles with the media. But what are the ethics and security concerns of her hands-on role in her husband's Pentagon?
Well, there's no indication that she has highly classified access to information, which is so problematic that she was involved in, remember, Signalgate near the beginning of the administration, where Pete Hegseth was
When he says access, that's the wrong thing to fucking say. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of Greg Stanton. But the point is like, honestly, like, she's getting access to classified information, but she doesn't have the security clearance that she needs to access that information. I actually didn't realize that she was on the group chat signal until I heard this. Kind of crazy when you think about it. Seems deeply irresponsible. Like, why would your wife... Or maybe we did talk about it, but it's just crazy. I think I've just forgotten about it. Now it's actually ringing a bell now, but it's just like, the point is like, it is deeply and like truly insane that Pete Hegseth's wife was on the Signal group chat where they were talking about strike plans in Yemen. This is ludicrous. Anyway, the last day or so, Donald Trump has been levying threats of crushing economic operations against Iran. Here's CNN. Get us started on that discussion. This is from yesterday.
The Trump administration is overhauling its strategy in the war with Iran. Again, instead of trying to wipe out Iran's military, the new goal is to crush their economy. That's something the president is now branding economic D-Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is reaching out to all of its allies to put together the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world.
If you insist on doing business with them, either transferring money, buying their oil, they're doing seaborne ship transfers, then the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. government, they will put its full might and force toward enforcing against you.
Yeah, like I was saying yesterday, Scott here knows that this isn't going to work. Go back to trying to, sanction China? What, we're going to stop buying stuff from China, Scott? We're going to sanction China? Really? No, not even... That's what I realized earlier, is it's not just a threat of the tariff war. That would actually be somehow less bad. Follow me here, because at least the tariff war, you still have some goods coming in from China.
China!
You sanctions... then that's no goods. That's no goods coming in. How are you going to do that? We're not going to take in anything from China or India? We won't have an economy if we do that. Iran knows that's never going to happen. So they're not taking this seriously. But we continue to make threats of crushing economic consequences. Consequences. All the same.
Deadlock in the Strait of Hormuz. 6 months into the war with Iran, the flow of ships remains at a near standstill, with Washington and Tehran far apart from reaching a conclusive end. This week, the U.S. president warned Iran of economic warfare on an unprecedented scale. Alongside the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, the White House plans to slap secondary sanctions on any country or entity that continues business with Iran. That puts a direct spotlight on Beijing, the largest buyer of Iranian oil, even as China urges a return to diplomacy.
I would like to reiterate that China opposes unilateral sanctions that lack a basis in international law and have not been authorized by the UN Security Council. We call on all relevant parties to take responsible measures and resolve the issue through political and diplomatic means.
Yeah, shock of shocks. China suggesting that we resolve this by diplomatic means rather than threatening people. There's a crazy concept. Meanwhile, Donald Trump over here, he had this to say. I found this fascinating.
Sir, turning to Iran, the shifting economic warfare towards Iran, does that indicate that the military options in the region for the U.S. are limited?
No, not at all. It just means that we're seeing what happens. They have no money. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They are not paying their soldiers. They're not paying their police. They have 350% inflation. So we're just going to sort of see what happens. And we have total control, as you know, of the border. We have total control. If you look at the blockade, we have total control of that entire region having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And that means well into it, the land areas. So they would love to make a deal, but they're not ready to make the right deal, in my opinion. Yeah.
For Canada, have you come to a deal that...
This is the first time Trump has actually said that Iran's not ready to make a deal. He just got done in this same sentence claiming that all the planes are gone, all the boats are gone, all the missiles are gone. We have full control of the entire region, but Iran still refuses. They're not ready for a deal. He was telling us for months and months, like 5 straight months, that Iran was ready, needed a deal. They were begging for a deal. And now they're not ready for a deal, even though all of those things, 350% inflation. It's all gone, but they're not ready for a deal. It just sort of flies in the face of everything else he said up to this point, because he's been saying the exact same sentence, but ending it with it. They're ready for a deal. They're any day, tomorrow. But now it's all of a sudden, it's all the same shit. All gone. You know, missiles gone, boats gone, planes gone, everything gone. But no deal. It's now switched from deal to no deal. Deal, no deal. Trump edition.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Oh my God. He's a real lunatic. But there you go. So it's actually the most, I mean, it's approaching the most honest thing he said so far. Even though most of the things he says are lies, and most of the sentence was a lie, it's approaching honesty, at least for the president. As far as he's concerned, he's really getting somewhere. Actually admitting that Iran's nowhere close to accepting one of our deals. Anyway, Space fans, we're almost done with the stream. It's going to be an early-ish end, yeah, as well. I keep starting late. I also had a slightly shorter list than normal tonight. But I am insistent upon doing at least 2 streams this weekend, a Saturday and a Sunday stream. I can't not. We've missed too many Sunday fun days in a row. That's a big problem. I think if I miss another one, we're going to have some sort of a revolt. Which means I gotta really put stuff together here very soon. Start working on that. But I'm also just out of clips. I'm just making excuses because I've run out of clips. Look, sometimes that happens faster than I'm expecting it to. Even with 100 clips like I had today. And an election, multiple elections to talk about. I'm just moving super quick. What can I say? No mutinies. It's 5 a.m., okay? It's 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a perfectly normal time to end the stream. I just need to start starting the stream slightly earlier because this should be the time that we end it, honestly. Like, this should be a normal time for us to end the stream. Having it just sort of, you know, slowly make its way into the day is just out of control. This is late night space radio. Shouldn't be day. Shouldn't be early day space radio. That's wrong. All of that's wrong. Ah, nice try. Nice try with the airlock. Nightbot is on strike. Ha, foiled. All right, 2 clips left. Let's go here to CNN from yesterday. Talk about the latest developments vis-a-vis North Korea and Russia.
We begin with what Ukraine says is a new threat to its people as it endures yet another wave of Russian attacks. A senior Ukrainian official says Vladimir Putin may ask North Korea's Kim Jong-un for up to 50,000 more troops to boost the Russia war effort. Well, that's on top of the 8,500 already in Russia. The official says the current North Korean contingent includes a drone unit that could play a role in attacks inside Ukraine. Nick Payton-Walsh is back with us this hour. So, Nick, obviously this...
Yeah. It's an interesting, but really, I wouldn't call it the development so much as just a continuation of the relationship we've been seeing between Russia and North Korea. North Korea has been allegedly supplying troops to Russia for well over a year now, as Russia's ability to continue to supply the front lines has run into some difficulties over time. Meanwhile, of course, this week, Donald Trump also pulled back support from South Korea, claimed that Pete Hegseth would pull back on military drills, as well as troops in the region and a whole bunch of other crap. Meanwhile, why can't I think of words? South Korea's stock market has been doing some fascinating things in the last couple years. And as of late, has been causing some serious problems for investors, as in the middle of June, South Korea's stock market took a massive plunge. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday.
As South Korea's stock market peaked and plunged, influencer John Suk-jae watched the comments on his YouTube channel flip from euphoria to despair. His investment channel boasts videos.
Okay, this guy's hat is hilarious. Oh, this golden and pink hat. Serious investor stuff.
His YouTube channel flipped from euphoria to despair. His investment channel boasts videos, including one entitled "The Entire Nation is Intoxicated by Stocks."
제가 아는 어떤 분이 이렇게 얘기하시더라고요. 지금 모두가 다 취해 있다. 애널리스트도 취해 있고 투자자도 취해 있고 엄청나게 큰 돈을 넣은 우리도 취해 있어요. 이제 막 들어온 분들이 굉장히 많다는 거예요. 그러니까 굉장히 마음이 급하고 기존에 주식을 그렇게 많이 투자해보지 않았던 분들이 많고, 그런 상황에서 투자 문화라는 게, 투자 신뢰라는 자본이 쌓여있지 않다.
Earlier this year, South Korea took steps to ease restrictions on leveraged products that can multiply gains, but also losses. It was meant to boost the domestic stock market and seemed well-timed to coincide with a surge in tech shares.
Yes, that's right. Korea deregulated its stock market. Unfortunately, while it has brought massive gains, if you look at it over time, I mean, you see the massive spike. However, in the last couple months, you'll see the significant downturn. Nearly 30%, 33% of the value lost in a month. It's come back slightly over that time, but holy shit. I mean, it's just straight up and down. Scary stuff. A lot of investors in South Korea, as a result, left traumatized and penniless. A lot of these leveraged investment products leading to leveraged investment losses. Leverage just means multiplied. So, multiplied investment losses. Not good. Not good at all. Anyway, Space Fans, you know what was good? This stream. having you all here for it. Sunday Fun Day stream, of course, later tonight. That's the plan. Write that down. I'm going to try and clip the Massachusetts election at the very least before I go to bed and get ready for tonight. And hopefully tomorrow we can have a little bit of fun. Not that we deserve it. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmeckley, BB, Midi, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skeld, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Mariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, EC, Free Palestine, Roman Neurologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Penny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchists, Perp XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few Earth dollars a month on Patreon.